I'm back. So, all of you know, I think by now that I am now monetized. I'm a YouTube partner. So, you might see some slight changes. For instance, you will notice that these lives are now super chats. So, from now on, if you have a question that is not about the topic, drop me a super chat donation, or you can drop me a super sticker or a super thanks. I would I would behoove you to use the super chat donation feature because it will plaster your comment or question across the screen for everyone to see in big broad letters. Uh, Same thing with the super thanks, okay? And you can do the super stickers as well. Also, I do have membership levels now for this channel that entitles you to a bunch of perks from me. So the first level is Contrarian, which is a dollar to $2.99. That's the Contrarian level. That's the lowest. That's the first level. Um, it gives you some access to some things beyond just watching the live streams and checking out my pre-recorded long form videos or my YouTube shorts. The second level is probably the best price level at $5.99. That level is called Skeptic. That gives you more perks and gives you a more well-rounded like feel for everything that I might put out. Okay. And then the highest level for you big spenders is a $9.99. That is the rationalist level. And those levels are named strategically. Contrarian, which is someone who's not really a critical thinking person yet, but might be on the cusp of it by challenging majority viewpoints. Skeptic is the person who actually uses critical thinking skills to um, assess claims for their evidential uh, the evidential power. And that's what scientific skepticism is. It's sort of like a meth. It's not a viewpoint like philosophical skepticism is. It's more the methodology behind science of assessing claims for their evidence for and against them. And then at the highest big baller level 999, it's called the rationalist, which is what I consider myself, um, sort of in the vein of the old the a very old timey term coming out of modern philosophy, referring to different things, but one of those things being someone who pursues reason. So there you go. I'm gonna get straight into this topic. It's been talked about for the last few days, um, and you may see it from the heading, the title of this live stream, which is Kamala Harris is not entitled to the black vote. That is the that is the topic, and we can get into it, and we can go. People can argue for or against that. Sorry, I'm very dehydrated. What's up, Austin? How are you? Probably be drinking a lot of water, and I have fruit snacks. My favorite. Yes, I was sitting in the same spot last night. Different clothes, different day. So I wasn't here all day. This is the first time I actually sat in a spot since yesterday, believe it or not. Um, Afterwards yesterday, of course, I went to bed. Uh, since then, I've been to work. I took, you know, took a boxing class, went to the gym, then came home and did my road work. I did about 11 kilometers run road work, and washed up, and here I am, back again. CJ plays games. What's up? BSK says zero earned delegates. How about that? So, so I don't think she earns any delegates until the convention, right? I think the convention is when they add up all the delegates. BSK, I think so. In any, what's my address? Yeah, I'm not giving out my address, my friend. So, in any case, um, Liam Jones, what's up? So, uh, in any case, what was I saying? So, they've been playing up that she's been rallying the black vote behind her. And let's be honest, I think the media saying that she's rallying the black voters more for the white voters than the black voters. Half of the black voters aren't voting for her, at least half, if not more. And two, I said it's more for the white voters than the black voters because a lot of them would be more likely to vote for her if they think that if she already has the the black electorate uh, on her side, but she doesn't. I mean, ask any of the black people from California, particularly from the Bay Area, they hate her. They remember her legal record as a DA there, how she locked up 1,500 black men on some bullshit and kept them after their sentence was over, kept them in prison after their sentence was over just to keep cheap labor for the California prison system. Look it up. Um, she was locking people up for minor marijuana drug offenses. She was locking people up for truancy. Who the fuck locks people up for truancy in the 20th century? Or 21st century, rather? Truancy? That's something I remember from like old Bugs Bunny cartoons, locking people up for truancy. Like they would have a truancy officer come in to make sure the kids aren't playing hooky from school. She she's full of shit. And rallying up the black vote, I want to make this crystal clear for viewers who are both black or white or of other races and nationalities. Kamala Harris is not black. Kamala Harris is not black. Kamala Harris is not black. When she went into Congress, she didn't even tout her black ancestry. They touted her as the first the first Indian woman in Congress. Austin Lloyd, suck a dick. You ask one other dumbass fucking question, I'm banning you from the fucking channel. Believe it. You Gen Z are some low IQ dumb motherfuckers. Like, you really think I'm gonna fall some dumb shit? Fucking dumbass. Anyway, yeah, Gen Z are just fucking dumb guys. Anyway, moving on. So, Kamala Harris is not black. When she went to Congress, they touted her as the first Indian woman in Congress. She didn't start talking about her black ancestry until she ran for president. And again, she's not black. Her father's Jamaican, her mother's Indian. Us foundational black Americans, actual black people who came to this country before 1860, we are black people. They are not. People who come from the Caribbean, Latin America, and Africa are not black. Period. Full stop. And people who want to be black when it's advantageous for them, those are what we call tethers. Mahalik Anonymous is watching from Japan. Ohio Mahalik. Liam, I, I I get it. So the thing is, Caribbean people for the most this I don't know what your ancestry is, Liam, but I'm gonna break it down this way, okay? And this is for the people outside of the black diaspora and for the people within the black diaspora. A, a lot of people who are not foundational black Americans, that are people from the Caribbean, people from Latin America, and people from the continent of Africa, for a long time would say they were not black. They would say, no, I'm Kenyan. No, I'm Jamaican. No, I'm Trinidadian. No, I'm from Barbados. No, I'm from Panama. No, I'm from Somalia. No, I'm Sudanese. And so on and so on and so on. But black people are always just all embracing and all encompassing, saying, no, y'all guys are black. And they was like, no, we're not black. You're black. We know where we're from. Um, it wasn't until some of them embraced Pan Africanism or they ran for office or they became entertainers or they got in trouble with the law, then they wanted to be black. So those are tethers. Those are people who is only black when it's advantageous to them. Like Obama, he's another tether. So I'm sorry, they're not like some. Now, if you were like of Caribbean or of African descent and you lived in the black community and you've always been a part of the black community, then I'll accept that. But however, for um, demographic purposes, they're not black, and you're going to see that in the new census polls. The new census polls is going to be the first to give black people the ability to separate themselves from like black Americans to people of African and Caribbean descent. And so you're going to see that division in the new US census polls, which is more accurate. So a BSK says DI gig, right? Um, Liam Jones says my father's Black Caribbean, my mother's Scottish, right? And I get it, I get it. So I mean, obviously you have African, Black African ancestry, right? I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is, if you weren't born, if if you can't trace your ancestry to Black people who arrived in America before 1860, then you're not a foundational Black American, or what we call ADOS, African descendants of slavery. So whether you're talking about ADOS or FBA, these are whom we consider black people. And even in U.S. government documents, they talk about this. They refer to them as their freedmen. This is why a lot of black people weren't tripping when they took away uh, the, the the rights for affirmative action and stuff like that, because affirmative action wasn't working for us. The biggest recipients of affirmative action, white women, who are neither minorities nor of a different ethnic group. White women were the biggest recipients of affirmative action policies. And in college, almost every minority was able to take advantage of affirmative action and college entrance policies, other than actual black people. The black people who did take advantage of affirmative action weren't actual black people. They were, again, people of African or Caribbean or Latin American descent. So, and this is one of the reasons Clarence Thomas wanted it abolished. Most people thought he was a sellout, And then they thought he was hypocritical because he was a recipient of affirmative action when he started his career. And he said, exactly. He said, I don't doubt that. He said, in fact, I was one of the people who it was intended for, the descendants of freed black people, which in U.S. government documents were usually called the freedmen. The freedmen generally refer to FBA people, foundational black Americans. It didn't refer to people coming who immigrated freely here from Africa and the Caribbean and Latin America after slavery was abolished. Didn't refer to them. It was referring to the people who were in bondage here, who came here since 1619. Um, and I can trace some of my family history that far back because um, I'm a descendant of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings. So yeah, I'm foundational Black American, and a lot of the programs that were set up for freed Black people um, during the end of the antebellum era, with the freeing of the slaves, in the Reconstruction era, that was specifically for the freedmen. Um, so so yeah, and let me get back to some of these comments here. Um, I'm that nerd says, well, wait, what is a tether? So a tether, I'm that nerd, is a person, a person who has African ancestry but isn't a foundational Black American, but will consider themselves Black when it's advantageous for them to do so, such as Obama. He was Black when it was convenient for him, but his father was a Kenyan immigrant and his mother was a white woman from the Midwest. And he never grew up in a. On top of that, he never grew up in a Black community. He and I'm not. And when I say Black community, because I had this discussion at work earlier. When I say this Black community, I'm not talking about the ghetto or a low income community. You can come from a Black community and it can still be a high income area. For instance, Prince George's County in Maryland used to be a very used to be one of the used to be the wealthiest Black county in Maryland. Now in the country. I'm sorry, not in just Maryland, in the country. But now I think that has moved to Charles County, which is a little bit south of PG County. A lot of the more affluent Black people have moved to that area. But just to take that for example, Prince George's County was an affluent Black community, and even within um, PG County, there was very rich areas like Upper Marlboro, and other places there. So when I say he's not from a Black community, I'm not saying that he didn't come from the ghetto. I'm talking about he just wasn't around other Black people. He didn't grow up around other Black people because there's not very many Black people in Hawaii outside of people who are in the military. All right. Um, but no, he grew up in Hawaii. Then his mother remarried an Indonesian man, and he moved to Indonesia. That's his sister, his half sister is half Indonesian. Um, so I mean, he spent most of his life in the Pacific Islands. He wasn't even in the continental U.S. This is where the rumors came from that he wasn't actually American. But no, he lived in Indonesia enough to become fluent in Bahasa, and the Bahasa Indonesian language, which is the main language of the country. Because when he was president and he went over to Indonesia as a president, he was able to speak fluent Indonesian to the people there during a speech. he gave in the country he gave there in Indonesia. Um, but yeah, and he didn't date. And I don't have anything against interracial dating because obviously we all know that I have a Asian wife. But he never dated black women. At least I dated black women when I was younger. He didn't date black women until he dated Michelle Obama, which was kind of, I won't say it was purely for political reasons, but it did help out that he started dating a black woman at the time that he became uh, involved in politics, running as a state senator, then becoming a U.S. senator, then finally a president. Kind of helped him that he had a black wife for that. But I'm not saying that was the reason he got with her, but hey. And Michelle, they play up her blackness. She definitely is a black person. She's not a tether whatsoever. She's black, black, black. However, she wasn't active in the black community either. Like she grew up in a posh neighborhood in Chicago. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with growing up well to do. We should we could all wish for that, right? But again, Obama was a tether, and Kamala is a tether. So to answer your question, I'm that nerd. Yanni Yaxis I'm watching from back in pirate times. RM80. Wise up 786 says yeah, the news, the new U.S. Census poll going to be a trial run based on who gets reparations or not. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. She's against that, by the way. Big surprise, since she's not from America. Liam Jones says, I'm a scholar to Saint Lavature. Please do not tell me I'm not black or do not know what it is to live as a black person. I can't say I'm not telling you your experience. I'm talking about Kamala Harris, my friend. I'm telling you, she's a tether. She's not black. I'm not. I'm not speaking on your behalf. I don't know your journey. I don't know where you were raised. What I will say is you are not foundational black American. That's what I'm saying. You're not foundational black American. You're you do not have ancestry to black people who arrived in this country before 1860. Definitions mean something. If you don't have ancestry to black people who arrived in this country before 1860, you are not a foundational black American. Space Cadet, I don't have to prove it. You have a thing in your hand right now called a smartphone. Within that smartphone, there is a search engine. You can type in what I'm saying and fact check me. Diana Reyes says 100. Girl says Liam Jones ain't a black name. Oh man. Space Cadet says you sound so petty and jealous. Delete your account. How about you make me? How about you make me? Come fight me. I can fight. I'm not your average YouTuber. Liam Jones says skin color doesn't dissipate dependent on social economic climates. That's not what we're saying, my friend. If you missed everything I just said, and I know I'm 5 minutes behind in the comments, so I hope you've been elucidated to what I said by the time I scroll down. AI Music Galaxy says she's gonna laugh the whole debate. Right? People were talking about that. There's like she is not. She can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. Every time she's like at a loss for words, she starts with this word salad and starts this incoherent laughing. It's that's usually like a coping mechanism for when you're uncomfortable, like something like laughing at inopportune times. That's usually like a some sort of like like I said, defense mechanism for like when you're uh, very uncomfortable. And she wants to play up this whole prosecutor candidate versus the felon. That's not going to go well for her, and it's not going to go well for the reasons that people think that um, black people can identify with felons. That's not the issue. The issue is his so-called felony was a bullshit. Like for hush money to a porn star who lied about being abused by him when she went on the air 4 years ago on the Bill Maher show and said that he was never abusive to her, that she just did it for the money. That's what she said live on the air on the Bill Maher show 4 years ago on HBO. But then she lied in court and said that he abused her. She's lying because why didn't she say that 4 years ago on the Bill Maher show? She said no, he was just She was like, no, he paid me to do this stuff. It's basically that says you're a joke. However, I'm getting paid to do this. You're just being a troll, and I'm only letting you on here by the grace, by the grace of entertaining your stupid comments. If I'm a joke, go somewhere else. Like Obi-Wan said, who's the bigger fool? The fool or the person following the fool? AI Music Guy says we're gonna act like she didn't disappear for 3 years, right? Because when her polls dropped lower than Biden, she kind of went into the shadows a bit, right? Especially after that dumb speech she made about the border. You sound fluent and gay. Is that what you said, Musha 3? You should know you gargle dicks in your mouth every day. And you and your mother like swap spit afterwards, don't you? Dinah Reyes says Trump 2024. AI Music Guy says fake wood walls scream of childhood beatings. Nah, actually, no, I've never received beatings here. So, and those are I think those are real wood panels. By the way, this is not my house. This is my grandmother's house, guys. If you guys haven't seen my earlier live streams, that was where I was currently living, but I'm currently here for a little bit. Don't know how long, but I'm gonna be here for a while. So I did bring over a lot of my stuff, like my necessary stuff, like my bug out bag and stuff like that. Couldn't be without my bug out bag. But anyway, there were beatings going on in his house, but it wasn't to me. That's all I'll say. Um, but yeah, this is one of my childhood homes. One of them. I moved around so many that were a lot of them. The purple palm says camel toe will not be forced down my throat. I won't vote. And that's a lot. That is what a lot of people are saying. They're just see. I am voting for Trump. For full disclosure, I think most people know that by now who've been watching my videos for the past X amount of months. But yeah, that's where I'm going with it. But I know a lot of people are just saying I'm just not going to vote. And to that, I can say, hey, I completely understand. I would say before you decide not to vote, consider a third party vote. It's not a wasted vote, guys. If enough people vote for a third party candidate, they can they may not win, but they can accumulate enough influence that they can influence the elections yet to come. Also, I mean, there besides the presidential vote, there's the down ballot you need to consider. All those all those local votes on the down ballot do matter. They matter way more than actual whom you're voting for in the presidential election. To be quite honest, the presidential election is pretty inconsequential for the popular vote since it's decided by the electoral vote. Now, if you're like you know, if you are some sort of electoral college voter or state elector, then yeah, your vote definitely matters. But for the majority of us, the popular vote doesn't matter much, especially if you live in one of those states like mine, Maryland, where the the popular vote, whoever wins the popular vote gets all the electoral votes for that state. There's only two states where that doesn't happen. That is Maine and I think Nevada. I think those are the only two states where when you the where the popular vote doesn't automatically get all the electoral votes for that state. Yeah, Music Galaxy says some good weed, homie talking to himself, not us. I am talking to you guys. I'm responding to comments. I responded to you 3 times, AI Music Galaxy. How am I talking to myself when I literally responded to you 3 times, including this time today now? Okay, well, now you're just all right. I try to be fair. Give me liberty says you look like Denzel Washington. I appreciate it. I don't think I do, but that's a cool one. So AI Music Galaxy had to go bye bye. Diana Reyes says thank you for sharing. Thank you. I think another one. Someone else has to go night night. Also, guys, another thing about third parties, when people say third parties can't win, I'm gonna keep throwing this out there because people just don't realize this because they don't study American history. The Republican Party was a third party. The Republican Party was a third party. The Republican Party was a third party. Back in the 1800s, the Republican Party was a third party that came into power gradually with powerful politicians like Abraham Lincoln. And remember, back in 1992, Ross Perot almost beat out both Clinton and Bush. He randomly decided to quit the election, even though he was ahead in the polls. Ross Perot was ahead in the polls of both Clinton and Bush, but he decided to drop out. Then he came back in 1996 and tried to run again, but then people didn't take him seriously anymore because of how he just arbitrarily dropped out back in 1992. But he was a strong contender in the first debate between the three of them, which is, I think, the reason why they didn't want to do it this time around with RFK Jr. because they were scared that he would pull a Ross Perot. Uh, Ross Perot outshined both of them during that first debate. Look this again, guys. Don't take my word for anything. If you don't have to take my word for anything, look this stuff. This stuff is all documented, and I was interested in it because by the by 92 I started becoming interested in government and politics, which kind of makes sense because around that same time in 92 I had to take civics in high school, something that they often don't teach in high school anymore, and it shows in how politically illiterate people are nowadays. Sonny G says, "What's up, Denzel Washington?" So now I'm Denzel today, right? Love is says Kamala Harris president. You're gonna probably be the lone wolf in this chat room, but hey, if that's your convictions, go for it. Rocky says Harris grew up in Canada for a while. Yep, I recall that as well. And someone else above, you probably think I ignored you. I didn't. I saw the part where you said, and let's not forget her affairs. Oh, I don't forget her affairs. I don't. I hope you're still here in the chat room, but no, I don't want you to think I ignored your comment. I was just getting into I was just getting into it, but that's when I went into my little spiel. But I meant to return to that comment earlier on when someone mentioned to not forget that Kamala Harris did have some affairs with a married man back in the day. Yeah, I guess a typical AKA. And that's another thing. Joining a black fraternity does not make you black. I know plenty of people who've joined black fraternities who aren't black. One of my homeboys, he was a Korean dude. He joined the Alphas, and he was on the football team. So you know, sisters were loving him. Matter of fact, he married a black chick. If you don't know who he is, he actually did a cameo in a music video for the Chinese rapper Jin. I don't know if you guys remember Jin. He was a battle rapper. Uh, he was really famous in the early 2000s. He went on BET when they used to have 106 in Park and beat out everyone and battle rapping and ended up getting a deal from Def Jam. And I think he was signed either to Def Jam or to Rough Riders under Def Jam and had one record, but it seems they didn't know how to market him, so he hasn't done well since. But he did have a music video come out, and my Korean homeboy was in that video pretending to be his bodyguard. And Silent Al says, "Bro's ready to squabble." I sure am. Like I said, I was doing some boxing earlier. I went to the gym. This is after I came from work, and then when I came home, I did 11-kilometer road work. So anyone wants to come to my channel with the rah rah, they we can definitely throw down. I'm just gonna put it on video so people can see me kicking that person's ass. 925er says she's Indian, father's an Indian born and Jamaican, mom is a straight Punjabi. No, I think her father is black Jamaican, 925er. D- don't quote me on that, but I do believe that her father is a black Jamaican. The issue is he's not black American, and nor is her mother. And I think she was raised for a significant amount of time in Canada, so it's like she was never a black American. The Purple Palms Passage of Time word salad. Yeah, she was quite well known for her word salads uh, within the last 3.5 years. 925 says look up her parents' pictures. I will, but I thought at least I thought that her father was black Jamaican. If he's Jamaican Indian, then that almost confirms it, right? But I know her mother comes from the southern part of India. They even showed like the province that her mother's family was from back on some news show like 3 years ago. Ernest Bates says Trump is a better speaker. Are you kidding? Did I say that? I didn't say that. What I said is she cannot think and walk at the same time. When she's challenged on something, she can't answer it. And the whole thing that she's going to eat Trump up on the debate stage is dubious because she's only competent until you call her out on something like Tulsi Gabbard did. Tulsi Gabbard murdered her on the debate stage 4 years ago. When Tulsi Gabbard brought up her legal record, she murdered her. She mentioned how she kept 1,500 black men in prison after their sentence was over just to give the California prison system cheap labor. She mentioned how she locked up a bunch of black people on minor drug offenses and then had the nerve to laugh at a during an interview when they asked her did she ever smoke weed. She locked up black people for minor truancy offenses. Like, who in the 21st century is being locked up for truancy? She held someone in prison on death row when there was evidence that exonerated that person until the courts made her release that person. So fuck Kamala Harris and everything she stands for. Even if she was black, I wouldn't vote for her. But she's not even black. But she's pretending to be black, which is worse. Like Liam Jones, 925 isn't wrong. Punjabi is it's not just a dialect. It is a there's a there, Punjabi is a it is um, a cultural group within India. There is it's not just a dialect. You have Indian people, they will say, "No, I am Punjabi." They're talking about a specific region in India where they're from. It's not just the dialect; it's a culture, and and they consider themselves a separate ethnic group. So it's not just a dialect. Ask, I have Indian followers here. I don't know if they're in the chat room right now, but they'll tell you right now that Punjabi is not just a dialect. They are a distinct cultural group within the Indian subcontinent. So 95 says Trump gives speeches and she sounds like a 6 year old. George Robson says his felony was a campaign finance violation. Yeah, like I said, it was a minor felony. And besides that, like I've argued before, every president has been a criminal, which is why they typically have um, some limited immunity and those sorts of things. Because if you were to go after every president for crimes they committed, you would have to go after all of them. Like, you have to go after all of them, literally. Tyler Cromer says, Bethel, that section can't even make a good joke. What's up, Tyler? Sally Whiteman says it will happen. 95 says clearly. 90. Oh, yeah, that's a good one, Benny. Benny Tingman says 93% of her staff quit on her. Yeah, I didn't forget that. That happened, what, 2 years ago, right? Two, somewhere between 2 and 3 years ago. Yeah, her staff, which shows she's not a good leader. If you can't, if you can't motivate your own staff, how are you going to motivate the country to rally back? How you gonna motivate the American electorate to vote for you if you can't even motivate your staff to work for you? That's a good point. Um, Sally Salty Whiteman says, "I see you." Kirkland Red 100 says, "I don't think Trump will make it to election day." I think so. They beefed up they beefed up his Secret Service, and we all know today, was it today or yesterday, they no, I think it was earlier today, right? They made the Secret Service director quit. Surprise, surprise, she was a woman. And they a lot of some people at work were criticizing the fact that how did she become a Secret Service director after being just from working like head of security at Pepsi Cola. But when I looked more into it, she did have 27 years in Secret Service. So that's probably how. But he'll make it. They're going to be a lot more vigilant. And I think they're going to stop with these DEI Secret Service agents. I'm sorry. If the bitch is bumbling, can't even get her gun into the holster because she's so fucking afraid, like, she needs to be fired. Like, she should not. People don't understand. Like, I don't know if some people understand the inner workings of the Secret Service. Not anyone can become part of the presidential protection. That is an elite group of Secret Service members who make it to protecting the president and other political dignitaries. Like, that's a whole subdivision within the Secret Service for protecting political dignitaries and protecting the president. They have to be highly competent. And the fact that they had these little bumbling women protecting the president, yes, that director should have been fired. And those women, I wouldn't say fire them, but they shouldn't be doing field work. If you sitting there fumbling with your gun, afraid, you need to be doing administrative stuff. You need to be behind the desk worrying about chasing credit card fraud and bank fraud, the normal stuff the Secret Service does. Most of their stuff they do is for the Department of the Treasury, dealing with all sorts of financial crimes. That's the bulk of what Secret Service does. The female Secret Service agents, they need to stick to doing that stuff. They do not need to be assigned to protecting presidents and other political dignitaries. Like, no. And then on top of that, although it is a very powerful picture showing him throw up his fist, showing, "Hey, I'm, I'm, I'm still here." It's a very powerful political message. It shows a good image across the world. Like, you're not going to take out our president. It is a powerful image. However, it was a bad idea because we didn't know whether or not that they had cleared the whole area to make sure there wasn't a second shooter, and a second shooter would have had an easy target right then and there. So it was a bad idea to allow him to do that. That would have been it's so, like I said, it's kind of conflicted because he did it right there at the very moment, shows this man has some balls on him. Because say what you want about it being fixed or staged or whatever, which, by the way, which it wasn't, because an innocent bystander died. But aside from that fact, the fact that in the heat of the moment where he could have easily lost his life, he had the fortitude to be like, "I'm still here." However, that was a mistake on the Secret Service part because they need to be protecting him at the point where someone was able to let off a shot. He should have been instantly whisked off to the Beast, which is the that armored limousine that the presidents go in. It's called the Beast. He should have been instantly whizzed off to that as quickly as possible and not given a chance to throw up his fist because it would have left him open to a second shooter. Anyway, Sonny G says we laughing about Biden, but not what he has done in his period. He was by facts the best president we had. Yeah, okay. No, he wasn't. Tell me another one. The best president we've had. Ah, best president. Did he win any wars? Did he free anybody? Did he free slaves? Did he win World War II? Did he bring the Jews out of the Holocaust? Did he end the Cold War? Did he get us out of economic depression? How is he the best president we've ever had? That's not even hyperbole. That's not even hyperbole. That's just a lie. Like I'm willing to entertain hyperbole, but that is just a flat out lie. Liam Jones says, "Whoa, dude, don't be too petty." You don't know me too well, do you? I can be very petty. Well, I'm not petty. I'm just a cynical person. Kirkland Red 100 says, "Are black people concerned about demographics? Some white people are not very many." I don't get the last part of what you said, but yes, black people are concerned about demographics because those U.S. Census polls are used to later on divvy out resources based on the percentages of these groups, where they're located, how many of them there are, particular needs they have based on socioeconomic status levels, and yes, so black people are, well, educated black people are definitely concerned about demographics. Micah Butler says, "I loved you in Iron Man." Really? Well, I loved you in Human Centipede. George Robinson says, "Queer shaming makes you sound really sophisticated." I don't care what you think. I'm not. I don't give a fuck. I'm from Gen X. I'm not one of you little soft ass, low testosterone, low IQ Gen Z people who don't know shit about historical facts, but can bring up a 23 different gender fucking identities. Go taste the rainbow somewhere else. 925 says, "Worst administration ever." Right? But, like, if there were any smart decisions being made, it was probably by Jill Biden, because most of the time Joe was probably sleeping. It was, it's not even a joke anymore about the sleepy Joe Biden. It's actually true. Like, it's funny. Like, people be thinking Trump just says random stuff, and a lot of stuff he says is on point because he has insider information. He calls him Sleepy Joe, but dude, Biden literally admitted that he was starting to fall asleep during the debate. Liam Jones says, "Dude, half insinuating he beat his grandmother." No, you took. You're not very good at context clues, are you? Because that's obvious from how you were acting in the previous live stream. It's only I decided to be nice and not ban you because I figured you just don't catch things too quickly. And this is apparent here because you didn't get context clues. When I said people were getting beat in this house when I was a child, but not me, I wasn't insinuating my grandmother. I was insinuating there's other children in this house that were getting beaten that weren't me, obviously. But not too quick on the draw there. Sean Peabody says, "I have one question." Well, drop it in the super chat. Ernest Spite says, "Did you believe Trump when he said Obama was born in Africa?" Um, that's not exactly what he said, but he did allege that Obama was an American, which isn't true. However, his history has been messy. But he is yes, Obama's American, and I've actually read his two of his autobiographies, like over 15 years ago. Like, there was the first one, Dreams of My Father, and the second one, The Audacity. What was it? The Audacity to Hope. I read both of those books. He talked about his background, and this is not something we should be that proud about. Like, he like talked about how much he used to use drugs when he was younger, like smoking weed and even doing coke. And again, let's be frank. A lot of people don't consider Hawaiians real Americans. You're a, like 2,000 miles away in the Pacific Islands, and I mean 2,000 miles away from the West Coast. So that's kind of far. On top of that, when his mother remarried, then he moved to Indonesia, even farther into the Pacific Rim. He didn't live in the continental US until he came to college first, when he spent his first 2 years at Occidental College in California, and then he transferred to Columbia University in New York for his uh, for his final 2 years of college before becoming a community activist in Chicago, which I think he only did to pad his resume to get into Harvard Law later on, because he in his book he talked about how he had received some lucrative offers to get into these financial firms after he graduated from Columbia, which means the only reason you would turn that down would be because you saw something better coming up in the future, if you're farsighted enough as he was. And so he became a community activist. I guess he maybe did it for the actual for because he actually cared about people, but that seems eh, I, I would say that might be partially true. I think there's some degrees of truthiness to that. Because who steps away from lucrative offers to work in some firm to work as a community activist and struggling like that, unless it was for a higher purpose later down the road, was which is what happened. He ended up going to Harvard Law, although in his book he claimed that he only went to Harvard Law because he wanted to get with Michelle Obama, and she was at the time going to law school at Harvard, and he wanted to be with her, so he applied. Maybe that's true as well. I don't know. Sonny G says voting for Trump is crazy. No, it's not. A lot of black people voting for Trump. A lot of black people. And I'm not just talking about so-called sellouts and black Republicans. There are guys in the hood that are talking about voting for Obama. Literally the other day, I was in the gym, and this little hood booger was talking to me. Like, he saw my friend and I wearing like some superhero t-shirts, and he started talking to us about that. And he just launched into talking about Trump and how he's supporting him and this and that. And there's a lot of black people voting for Trump. So if you think that's crazy, that is that's on you, brother. But a lot of us are. And let me read this first. Tyler Cromer says, "All I'm gonna say is, if you don't vote, you can't get mad when things don't go the way you would prefer. That's basically leaving your a-hole open in prison and expecting not to be effed." No, it's but that's one way of looking at it. It's more like you see someone, and all right, people who've talked to people who've been to prison know about this scenario. Okay, okay, that's like someone being in prison, arriving in prison, someone puts a little Debbie on their bunk, and they eat it, and they expect nothing to happen afterwards. Look that up. All I can say is look that up. 925er says Trump Latinos. Are you Latino, 925er? The Purple Palm says you're right. Shaking Bottles is back. He said, "How is voting for Trump crazy? That's like one of the least crazy votes you have the choice of." And like I said, guys, vote for who you want. Like I'm a Trump supporter, but I'm not going to tell you whom to vote for. That's not my role. I'm not. That's above my pay grade to tell you whom to vote for because I am not getting paid by any by anybody to tell you whom to vote for. So I'm not going to tell you to do that. However, I will say I understand if you don't vote, but you can't complain if you aren't making an effort to vote where you think people represent you. If you think neither the two candidates represent you right now, there are plenty of third party candidates. There are at least a dozen third party candidates. Look them up. There's not just RFK Jr. There's also Cornel West is still out there. Okay. Um, there's Jill Stein. If you want to vote for her nutty ass from the Green Party. Um, I'm not sure if the Green Party bowed out this time around because they're having some issues with corruption within their party. And there's also the American Conservative Party. If LaRouche is still alive, I'm guessing he's still running too. But I would advise you not to vote for him because he runs a political cult. um, and there's a few other people out there. Like there's about a dozen third party candidates out there right now. So if you don't think neither Kamala nor Trump represent you, there's about a dozen different third party candidates out there. And before you say third party is a wasted vote, it's not a wasted vote if that's whom you actually believe in. Two, if enough person votes for that third party candidate, they can get matching campaign funds so they can run a better campaign. And three, if you support a third parties enough, that'll give them more influence to run stronger campaigns in the future where they can win. And four, the Republican Party in the 1800s started off as a third party. And we see how powerful they have become now. Daddy Nikati, thank you a lot for the $2 super donation. He says, Harris or Trump? It is Trump, my friend, for me. I can't speak for everyone, but for me, it's Trump. Like I said, Harris has done nothing to help black people, nor black men, nor other, nor really anyone else. Her her whole career has been self-serving, and I know people can say that is true of generally any politician, but her career as a prosecutor and then as a senator and now as a VP, it's been self-serving. On top of that, we don't really even know where she stands as far as her politics because she has flipped back and forth when she was running for office 4 years ago. At one point, she was calling herself a progressive. Then at the other time, she was standing on her record as a very uh, problematic prosecutor. So, I, I, for me, it's not even a thought that I wouldn't vote for Trump. Besides that, Trump has done prison reform. He's done prison reform, and on top of that, back 4 years ago when he was running, he didn't pander to black people the way Biden did. Biden came onto the hip hop morning show with Charlemagne the Guy and told black people if they don't vote for him, they ain't black. Really? You know what Trump said? Trump was like, "Hey guys, I understand whatever, whatever." He said, but black people. He said, "Why not vote for me?" He said, "Give me a chance." He said, "What do you have to lose?" That was genuine. That was a genuine thing, as opposed to a, Demo- a Democratic um, president presidential candidate who basically is telling you that he already knows that he already has your vote because if he doesn't have your vote, then he's going to challenge whether you're really part of the black community. See the difference? So yeah, I appreciated Daddy and the Caddy for that question. And guys, don't be too hard on Sonny G. He has strong political convictions, right? I completely disagree with him, but I'm going, because again I'm a classical liberal. I will defend to the tooth and nail anyone's rights to say what they think and believe, even if I completely disagree with it. So, um, but like I said, I disagree with him. I think Trump is the better candidate. But if he doesn't think so, that's fine. Johnny Test says I'm moving to Canada for the next 4 years. Here's the thing, Johnny. People, liberals say that every freaking election that they don't win. Every time they said that when Bush was elected, then they said it when Bush was reelected, then they said it when Trump was elected, and not one of them has moved to Canada. Not one of them. People say that every time, and not one of them has moved to Canada. Most of the people who said that don't even have their passport. At least I have my passport. I actually have a home in the Philippines. Anytime stuff gets wild and frisky here beyond where I'm comfortable, I'm gone. I mean, I'm leaving anyway, but I mean, I could leave this very moment. Whereas most people talking about, if Trump wins, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go to Canada the next 4 years. Okay, do you even have a passport yet? Not you per se, Johnny, but these other people who say that. All these all these celebrities say that not one of them moved to Canada. Not one of them. Daddy in the Caddy says Maine and Nebraska, not Nevada. Thank you. I knew it was either Nevada or Nebraska, but yeah, those are the only two states where it's not winner take all for the electoral votes when one of the candidates captures the popular vote. So I appreciate that those two states did that, um, and I wish all of our states did that. Rocky says Canada is way worse, Johnny. Yeah, I have a bunch of Canadian files on here. So I'm not too sure that you will be pleased with how things are going in Canada. They are having their own issues right now. I'm pretty sure they are Canadians saying I'm moving to the United States. And even if they aren't saying it, they're not. Uh, some of them are not very happy right now. There's stuff going on in Canadian politics and government as well. Kirkland Red 100 says a few states have multiple districts. I think Nebraska is one. Yeah, so that's what we just cleared up. That is Maine and Nebraska, where they don't automatically give out all the electoral votes to the winner of the popular vote, as the other 48 states and territories do. 925 says make mental asylum great again. Actually, I know this is completely off topic, but I agree with that 925. I think we actually should. I think a problem, it, part of the homeless problem is the fact that a lot of those people out there are people who have severe mental health problems, and they're not receiving adequate care. Most people most people of lower income means typically don't get any mental health services until they're incarcerated. So I do agree with make mental asylums great again. Part of what broke up the mental asylums was during the 70s, like the book One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which also became a really good movie starring Jack Nicholson. I read both the book and saw the movie, both very good. But they do paint a pic they do actually paint a troubling picture of how mental asylums were at the time. However, the solution to that wasn't to dissolve the psychiatric hospitals. What should have been a takeaway from that book and not and that movie and other things like it was that they should have reformed those psychiatric hospitals, not got rid of them. Instead, during I think Lyndon B. Johnson's administration, they started doing this sort of community health center thing where instead of people being locked up in these psychiatric hospitals, instead they receive voluntary treatment at community health centers. But here's the thing: people who have severe mental illnesses are not in the position to know they need to go seek treatment at a community health center, and they weren't, and it was completely voluntary. So that never worked. A lot of these people who would have benefited from being in psychiatric hospitals ended up on the streets, and they are still are today. Most of these people who are on the streets, not all, but many to most of them, are people who suffer from psychiatric problems and substance abuse problems. Those people should be receiving care. That's a total tangent to the topic, but I thought I'd just bring that up. Pokeman says, "Yo, what's up?" What's up with the Denzel Washington thing today? Patrick Key says, "Denzel Washington, are you saying that all black people look alike?" Right, because I don't think I look like I don't think I look like Denzel. I don't think I look like Don Cheadle. Um, Definitely not Don Cheadle. I look way better than Don Cheadle. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult the brother, but yeah, I look better than him. LP says, "Yeah, it was awful having cheap gas, low inflation, no wars, reasonable food, less taxes. Yeah, I'll be voting for the return of all that Trump 2024. Whoa." I have to agree, LP. Like, I look, guys, people always ask, what do I do in the real world? So, in the real world, I work in direct marketing and lead generation. Okay. Currently, I'm actually working for PRMG, Paramount Residential Mortgage Group. Um, I'm not a loan officer, so please don't ask me to any stuff like that. Or and I'm not a realtor. I might at one point maybe get a realtor license and become a licensed loan officer, maybe. But right now, I can make better money without even doing that. And in any case, it's absurd nowadays with me trying to ask people to refinance where people have like 7% interest rates. When I was first doing this, people would have people were getting like four and a quarter interest rates, and we could still get them lower than that. Like we were able to get the people down to 2.75% fixed interest rates, not variable, fixed interest rates. And the thought now that people think 6 and 7 is okay is blows my mind. Like the we were doing so much better during the Trump era. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry, but we were doing better during the Trump era. And yes, you can't blame everything on the president, nor can you um, give all the praise to the presidents. But when it falls within someone's administration, they're going to take the praise or the blame for it. Fate of all says Trump 2024, prosperity for all, even the haters. That's healthy. See, guys, that's healthy. People think Trumpers are like um, very mean spirited people. You see, Fate of all saying, "Man, I want Trump in office for prosperity for everyone, even for the people who disagree." See, well, we all have the same wants and needs. It's just that we take very different approaches to achieving those things. Johnny Carpenter says, "Was the plaque on the wall from?" That is from my grandfather's time in the Korean War, serving in infantry. He was about that life. LP says no more rhinos or demon crabs. uh, which reminds me, LP, like, um, so my friend whom I work for, uh, at PRMG, he was actually saying, he was like, why the hell did the Democrats even pick a, a freaking donkey to be their mascot? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I know it has something to do with history, during the 1800s, but I can't say. So I actually looked it up and saw that the donkey at the time was represented the represented the administration of Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was sort of the face of the Democratic Party back then. So when Black Republicans and other Republicans who are more socially liberal tried to tell Democrats, "Hey, look, your party actually started out as a party of white supremacists," they're like, "Oh, you guys are just making that up." No, we're not. Andrew Jackson was a very problematic president. Very problematic. He was the person who started the whole donkey thing, and that became used for the Democratic Party, um, in general. Even though that was originally just for his administration. So that's where the whole donkey thing came from. And like my boss slash friend said, he was like, "Man, that's just crazy." He said, "I would not pick a freaking donkey." I was like, "I guess it's just historical at this point, so they kept it." But I was like, I kind of agree with you. I said it's not the. I said using a pack animal as the sign of your party is not great, but so be it. Claudia Carrasco says open borders, EBT for the outsiders, highest taxes for all citizens. I don't know who this person's YouTube handle is, but he says Biden forgot to do a software update. All right, that's funny. That's funny. You ever see when he pauses during his speeches, look like he's downloading at the time, like, or uploading his what he's about to say and do next? That's kind of funny. Like they need to actually do like a like one of those little campaign commercials. Well, they can now since he stepped up. He stepped down from the election. But if he was still running, or even if he's not still running, it would still be funny. Show a picture of him like where he kind of freezes during while he's being asked questions because it takes him longer to process his thoughts. And while they were doing it, they should play like music like like that would be funny as hell. Poker Man says I would vote for Bernie Sanders right now. I agree with you. Bernie was the man. The DNC. I mean, I've been an independent since at least 2008, I believe. Um, but I still voted pretty much with the Dems on most things. But after they did Bernie dirty twice, not just once but twice in 2016 and 2020, I was like, I will never vote Team Blue again. How they did that man. He represented the best of what they had to offer, and they screwed him over because they wanted a more corporate backed candidate that they could control. So for that, the DNC lost me, not just for their presidential votes, but for local and state votes as well. Fate of all says that should be Trump's new slogan: prosperity for all, even the haters. Hey man, you might want to ship. I mean, you might want to put a bug in the ear of someone on his staff. You never know. Ghostbot says you look like a snitch. Uh, well, your mother didn't complain when I heard her bent over snitching in her ear. I mean, oh, did I say snitching in her ear? I was doing something else. Anyway, SC Country says Trump is loved and respected around the world, and people in America try to destroy him. It's a damn shame. Robert is. I don't know if I agree with Robert. That's a little too enthusiastic for me, but okay. Benny Tingman says facts. Tower Dog says his drives were not updated. Wonder Woman says how cool. Black woman for POTUS. We are so behind. Nah. Mason says Trump at Harris. I mean, I literally just spent the last hour answering that, my friend. And on top of that, someone was actually gracious enough to leave me a super chat to ask me that. Army Airborne. Okay, we got 101st, 82nd in the house. He said world leaders laugh at Trump. Uh, they laugh at Biden as well. I mean, so we shouldn't glean we shouldn't glean what we think of our president based on the opinions of world leaders who have their own problems, by the way. I mean, who are these world leaders that laugh at him that are supposedly better than him? The UK? UK's not doing great. Canada? Not doing great. China? Okay. I mean, it sounds it always when you talk about people in a generic sense like the world leaders, it sounds it sounds substantial, right? But when you break them apart into the individual leaders and you realize they got a bunch of problems going on in their countries as well, and they have problems with scandal and corruption and economic economic turmoil and late stage capitalism and all these sorts of things that we have going on here, it becomes less convincing to worry about what world leaders think of our leader. Army Airborne says North Korea punked Trump. Did they? Because we kind of punked them back. And I think it needs to be remembered that unlike North Korea, our missiles work. Our missiles don't fall in the middle of the ocean. Our missiles hit the target. Um, there's a country that can tell you that for a fact. Just saying. I had to put this down so I could eat some fruit snacks, guys. Delicious. John O says world leaders laugh at Biden. Exactly. You think they're not laughing when they see this man stumbling up the steps to get into Air Force One? Especially our adversaries, Iran, North Korea, China, Russia. You think they're not laughing at him? Think again. When they see him making these verbal gaffes and just freezing mid-thought after someone asks him a question and it takes him like a minute before he can reply, you think they're not thinking their president, yeah, the American president is senile? You don't think they're saying that? Fate of all says talking black does not make you black. Did I imply that? Or did someone else in the chat room imply that? Because I know I didn't. And I'm not for someone talking black. What does that even mean? Are you referring to using black vernacular English? Most educated black people code switch anyway, which is they switch from black vernacular to standard American English. Mm,
He said, "What's up?" He said, "What's up, man? I've been running every morning. I have more energy, and I've changed my diet to only meat and a little fruit. I actually bought new shoes. That's what's up, man. That's good. Don't forget carbs, though. If you're running every day, you need to carb load. Okay, meat. See, meat being mostly protein, it's not going to be your first source of energy. Protein is a latter source of energy. Your immediate source of energy are like, simple sugars, and then your complex carbohydrates, which are sugars as well. They're broken down into simple sugars. Those are what give you your energy source. You need that for, so you do need some of that if you're gonna, have a, a high activity, um, high level physical activity. So don't completely skip out on carbs, okay? You can still enjoy your rice, your pasta, oatmeal, stuff like that. You want to get some carbs in. Don't don't only eat meat and fruit. Make sure you got your veggies, your carbs, a little bit of dietary fat as well, through like your oils and stuff like that. But that's what's up. That's what's up. San Juan Creole says Kamala Harris Club for the Poor. I'm not sure what that means, but I know that's not a good thing. King Day says Kamala's support is all about her identity. Exactly, King Days. That's my problem, is that they've been touting on the news for the last few days that she's rallying support amongst black people. And I'm like, that's not good. You should be rallying support behind your policies, behind what you can do for the American people, whether black, white, or otherwise. What are you willing to do other than just to say, I will defeat Trump? And like within the within the very time that Biden stepped down and he announced that he was throwing his support to Harris, like she literally amassed like over $1.5 million within like 3 hours from black women. I was like, oh boy, here we go. And since then, I think within like 5 hours or so, she amassed like over 60 something $1 million in her coffers. It's all based on identity politics, which is, this is why I don't identify as a progressive anymore, because being a progressive was all about identity politics and victimization. That's not what I'm about. I don't consider myself a victim, and I don't play identity politics. So, Moon and Fern, what's up? He says, I know Jen well. Yeah, what happened to him? Is he still rapping now, or is he like more in the, is he doing more like stuff behind the scenes in production and A&R? Because he was a dope ass rapper, but the problem is, I think some people who do really well as battle rappers don't do well as studio rappers, because those are two different skill sets. And I think maybe he was better as a battle rapper than as a studio rapper, or the Def Jam just didn't know how to market him. Oh, Fate of All, thank you. He says, sorry, someone said you sound like a snitch, and that tells me they expect you to sound a certain way. I'm used to it. Trust me. When I was little, people say, oh, you talk white. What does that even mean? Like, I speak standard American English because that's how I was raised to talk. My parents wanted me to speak proper English, which is standard American English. They didn't want me speaking just black vernacular. I have a background in linguistics because I was a triple major and as an undergrad. But we know from linguistics that every dialect, English dialect, and even like regional dialects or ethnolects, which is a dialect spoken within a different within a specific ethnicity or culture, they all follow very precise rules of syntax and semantics. However, we know for the sake of social prestige, you should learn how to speak standard American English. So, and the funny thing is, I know plenty of people in their life, but they respect me because they know I'm educated. I don't look down on them. They don't look down at me for not having their street level experience. But the people who are really in that life, they don't look down on brothers who've actually done well for themselves. Rocky says SC County sound, take a hike. San Juan Creole says vote Kamala. That's going to be a logs. That's going to be a that's going to be a hard slog in this chat room, my friend. It's going to be a hard. You can try. Sonny G tried, and that didn't work out for him. I hope the brother didn't get offended though. Like I said, he and I just disagree, but like I said, I believe in freedom of speech and expression, so I'm going to defend to the tooth and nail for him to say something that I completely disagree with. As long as he's respectful to me, I'm respectful to him. But this is not a chat room where either one of you are going to win converts to Kamala. If you think you can, lay out your reasons why people should vote for her. I just don't think there are very good reasons to vote for her for most people. For some people, sure, but for most people, no. I think the bulk of her support are going to come from black women, and that's just not enough to carry her into the White House. Moonlit Friend says, "We throw hands, y'all. Play nice, or we humble you." Exactly. Moonlit Friend, the irony that someone sitting there trying to talk trash to me when I literally just came from boxing earlier today. Fate of All says he has a waiver for all ass whoopings. LOL. Corn Pops. First of all, Corn Pop, that is a hilarious troll name. But he says this guy watches Kamala Harris porn. I guarantee you I don't. I'll even I'm pretty blunt, so I'll even tell you what type of porn I watch. I watch I watch black dudes screwing Asian chicks. That's the type of porn I prefer. And I watch stuff like Trikey Patrol. So, and yeah, sometimes never mind. But but yeah, that's the sort of stuff I watch. I have not watched the Kamala Harris porn. You know, there was even a Kevin Samuels porn when so a chick they made porn on everybody. I'm pretty sure there was an Obama porn. I didn't watch that one, but there was a Kevin Samuels porn which was hilarious. Whatever. And no, it was not gay porn. So before you even say that, because people have been trying to down that brother's because okay, so yes, he's into fragrances. However, people didn't know that he was getting paid by those companies to those companies that make those fragrances were actually paying him to advertise their fragrances and on his podcast. People didn't know that. He was smart. But people thought he was sassy because he disagreed with women, whether he talked about fragrances or that he talked about how people should conduct themselves and the image they project. He was an image consultant. Of course, that's the sort of stuff he talked about. A shout out, but rest in peace to the late great Godfather Kevin Samuels. Molly, for instance, isn't she Canadian? Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, parent her parents are Jamaican. One guy was telling me that the father wasn't even black Jamaican, but Indian Jamaican. So now I have to look that up. But yeah, she was raised in Canada. So I think she does have I think she does have American citizenship though, because if she didn't, she couldn't run for president. Because like Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, he tried to run for president. I'm like, and people kept saying, "Dude, you were born in Turkey. You're not. You 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 can't win." And he kept saying, "Well, yeah, I understand that, but but they this it can be taken to the courts and they can decide whether or not it counts or not." I'm like, no, they're not going to side with you on that. That's just I was like, that's a wasted effort. Tom Jacobson says she's a turd. Corn pop. I don't know about that one, corn pop. Army Airborne says even Elon Musk has stopped donating to Trump. No, he's been donating. Well, I don't know if that's the case, but he's been donating to the Republican Party. Pablo, I don't understand what you're saying in Cyrillic. You have to translate that into English. It was hidden though by the algorithm, so I'm guessing it was not something nice that you said. But I don't read stuff in Cyrillic alphabet. King Days says Kamala's father admitted to being descendants of slave owners. Hmm. Well, that may be true, but here's the thing: there are black people here in America as well whose families have owned slaves. That's just a fact of history. I mean, we can't really, we shouldn't be things from 200 years ago. I don't think anyone should like be ashamed of what their families done. I mean, their ancestors did 200 years ago. Like I think what was it? Matt Damon and Ben Affleck had went on to um, Finding Your Roots on PBS with the Professor Henry Gates Jr. who hosts the show, and it was either Matt Damon or Ben Affleck, I forget which one, who found out his family were slave owners, and he was like really ashamed of it. You can't control what your ancestors did or didn't do. So, but it's not a good look for her. I admit that. Guys, thank you for this. Let me get to the super chat. First of all, thank you for Fernando Arista. He says all unions popular amongst conservatives now. The Teamsters president spoke at the RNC, but historically the Democrats help unions more. So that that is true. Yeah, I did see that was something that people have talked about, guys. That uh, there was unions at the at the RNC convention. Uh, I would say this: unions have been actually pretty socially conservative for as long as I've known them. However, yes, they have been on the Democratic side, but that's because Democrats used to give more support to the unions. But where has that support amongst the Democrats been to these unions in the past years? You know who was supporting the unions, Fernando? Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, sorry, Bernie Sanders was supporting the unions, but the corporate Democrats weren't. This is why you're seeing a shift of the unions going over to the Republican side. Again, you're seeing progressives go over to the Republican side. People who were Bernie bros like myself are going over to the RNC because the Democrats hate hate things that aren't that their corporate donors don't support. So their corporate donors don't want unions coming into power, the Democrats aren't going to support it. So that's why you're seeing some of these unions move over to the Republican side. And again, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And yeah, I think we're going to see more of a shift to that because we know that Trump is the populist candidate, and we know he's not your typical conservative. That's why they're willing to throw their support to him in the hopes that he will support them. And he showed some inkling of that back when he visited the Detroit. I think it was Detroit, and he was looking into the automotive industry and stuff like that. So if 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 corporate backed Democrats aren't going to support unions anymore, you're going to see them trying to garner the vote elsewhere, particularly with Republicans, at least with Trump like Republicans. So thank you again for that. Um, Moonlit Fern says Elon is South African. That's right. Army Army everyone says Donald Golden Shower Trump. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Army Airborne, where did you serve, by the way, bro? I wish I did go to jump school. I never did. That's still like my eternal shame. I never went to jump school. King Day says her father is black. He's not black. Well, he's a black Jamaican, but someone has alleged, and I will look it up for myself later, that her father is a Jamaican man of Indian descent, while her mother, we all know, is from a region of southern India. Um, but even if her father is black Jamaican, again, that's not foundational black American, as I've discussed. Foundational black Americans are the descendants of black people who arrived in the United States prior to 1860, typically in the American South. Tom Jacobson, you tripping? I don't know if she's into that sort of stuff. And Pablo Bello, I don't know what you're saying, bro. Tom Jacobson says, "Oh, she don't know her father." No, I think she knows. She grew up in a two-parent household, as far as I know. But again, as far as I know, she I think was born here in America, but she was raised in Canada. I don't know her specific background or if they're even intentionally muddying her actual birthright. So we'll see. Sean T says preach. Kirkland Red 100 says 1900. Sean T says exactly. I'm never voting for Harris. There are a lot of people saying that. Like on the Charlemagne the God, on his radio show, I forgot the name of their show in the morning. It's in New York though. But Power was it Power 100? What, I can't remember the name of the station, but he was surprised that he got so many black people calling into his show saying, "I'm not voting for her." And there's a there's a very hardcore group of black people who are not voting for her from the California Bay Area. Ask those people, black people from San Francisco and Oakland and other parts of the Bay Area, they do not like her because they remember her record as a DA in California. They are not voting for her. Army everyone says Republicans for Harris. Maybe a few never Trumpers will, but they're not going to be a significant number of people. Donald Navarro says Pablo speak English. He's using Cyrillic on purpose, Donald, because I think he's saying something offensive and he thinks that we won't get it. He doesn't know that even though you or I may not understand what he's saying, the YouTube algorithm can still pick up what he's saying. So that's why it keeps blocking out a lot of stuff that he's actually been trying to put in the chat room, because they know it's offensive. Brian says you think it's all fixed from the top. It depends on what you mean fixed. You mean who gets to become candidates, who gets to run for office, who gets actually selected to become president. I'm not that conspiratorial. What I would say is that we live in an oligarchy where only the chosen few get into these elite parts of the government, which is very undemocratic. But the Democratic Party, ironically, is being undemocratic because when Biden stepped down, first of all, he stepped down because his corporate donors told him to. How undemocratic is that? Guess who wouldn't have stepped down? Bernie. Bernie wouldn't have stepped down because he's not controlled by corporate donors. He got his money through grassroots efforts of raising funds. Any case, when he stepped down and said he was going to throw his support at Harris, the DNC should have immediately ran a primary to pick so that the people could choose whom they want to replace Biden. It shouldn't have been they just going to say, all right, well, we're throwing all our support behind Harris. No, let the people decide. They don't care about they attack the Republicans so much about possibly like dismantling democracy, but they do it all the time whenever it suits their needs. And this is what makes people politically apathetic, because they see the bullshit on both sides. King Day says Kamala literally says she wants to reduce the population. I haven't heard that, but the population definitely doesn't need to be reduced, because yes, we're at about 300. We're almost at 340 million people, but for the size of our country, that's not a lot. Plus, we're going to be facing massive depopulation pretty soon, because a lot of the population is aging out. A lot of them are silent generation, which is like Trump and Biden. They're the silent generation. And you have all the baby boomers. They're all becoming elderly. You have the Gen X. We're all like middle age now. You have millennials have become middle age now. Like the oldest millennials are now like 43, 44. So we have an aging population. It wouldn't make sense to reduce the population, because it's going to naturally be reduced anyway by the fact that most of the population is becoming elderly. The only thing that keeps the population from being from going to the small numbers that we're seeing in places like South Korea, Japan, and China, is that we take in an influx of immigrants, whereas those three countries don't. Oh, well, the friend says I'm talking to chat, not you, Contrarian. Oh, no problem. I'm sorry. And Army Airborne says veterans for Harris. You still didn't say, tell us what your MOS was, Army Airborne. Ashley Ray says preach. Sean T says this guy is based. Of course I have my own political biases. I'm just completely upfront with my biases with you guys. Everyone has their biases. If someone tells you they don't have biases, then they're lying to you, or they're just unaware of them themselves. We all have our political biases. At least I'm telling you what they are, right? Unless you're referring to someone else in the chat room. But no, I will tell you, yeah, I'm biased about certain things. I have certain views. We all have pre-existing beliefs on matters of politics, religion, and other matters as well. And yes, I'm tearing these fruit snacks up, even though no one has really seemed to be noticing. I'm tearing up some fruit snacks right now. Well, the first says 100. Fate of All says this beast about to get a new sub. I appreciate it. If you would like and sub, that means a whole lot. Sean Royer says, "So Trump is your guy." He is. I've admitted that in several videos, Sean. But here's the thing: just because I support him doesn't mean that I don't see through a lot of things on both sides of the political spectrum. I will call out BS on both sides, and I have. Just look at my videos in the past, or my not necessarily my live streams, but my pre-recorded long-form videos. I've talked about things that have bothered me coming from the left and the right for the last 2 years now. Vendetta Wayne says, "Do you like Pierce the Veil?" First, I thought you were gonna say Pierce Morgan, but I don't know who Pierce the Veil is. Sean T says, "Trump should be everyone's guy." I mean, at this point, we already know he's won the election. Harris cannot garner enough support within the 11th hour to defeat that man. And after the assassination attempt, which a bunch of people think was staged, even though an innocent man died, it solidified his support. Every time you see this man being mistreated, even if you think he was a cruel leader, or he was a corrupt leader, or he was an incompetent leader, whatever you think, the fact that people had to go through so many extreme ways to hurt him, even to the point of trying to take his life away, shows that he's been treated unfairly, as he's alleged. I mean, he had to survive an assassination attempt. Sean T says the country was objectively better in 2019 than 2024. I can attest to that. Again, like I said, working in the financial service sector, it was definitely better economically than it was today. Football Global says is saying Jamaica. That's what's up. Fate of All says, "Yo, click the 3 buttons top right and hit the like." Thank you, Fate of All. Appreciate it. Jerry says, so you think Trump is for us?" I don't know whom you think. I don't know whom you're referring to as us, but he is for me. That's all I can say. Someone asked, "Are you from Zimbabwe?" Do I sound like I'm from Zimbabwe? Am I speaking a clicking type sound language? Do you not see where my video is being posted from? Why would I be from Zimbabwe? You're not too bright. SC country says people will vote for her just because Harris is a woman is a damn shame. Some people will vote against her because of that too. I don't think you should vote for nor against someone based on their gender nor their race. You should vote on that person because they are the best person for the job. And she's not. I mean, she can't even motivate her own staff to follow her. How she's going to motivate the rest of the country? One of the friends says, "No, all of y'all are delusional. Let him speak his opinion, man. I can't stand you trolls." I know, right? There's people, people get strongly opinionated when it comes to politics. I understand it. Sean T says, Jerry, dude, the country was amazing in 2019. I can attest to it. Like I said earlier, Israel, if you want that question asked, drop it in the super chat. Football coach says, one thing about Jamaicans and Kamala is that, one, we really don't care what people think. Well, that's fair. That is a fair point. However, she has to care what people think because what people think affects whether she gets elected. So she does have to care. You may not have to care because you have your own. You may have your own small business, or you may work for someone, but you're at a position where it doesn't matter what people think. But as a politician, she actually does have to care what people think. So that's not the best of examples. Dustin Cox says everything was better under Trump. Zed said, thanks, Zed. He said, "What's up, man? I see the monetization going great. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you." So these are my supporters, guys. Thank you. Tanner Curran says, "Hi, I just want to say you look a lot like Rhodey from the Iron Man movies. That's an awesome dude. He is an awesome dude. I just don't think I look like Don Cheadle. Like, I don't get mad when people say I look like Don Cheadle. I just don't think I do look like him. I mean, I don't want to sound vain, but I think I look better than him. And I asked my wife too if I look like him. She said I don't. And she's not based. She. By the way, she was on my channel 2 days ago. She will return this weekend, if all goes well. Am I the bodyguard for Eddie Murphy? I don't know what that bodyguard for Eddie Murphy even looks like. So I would take the gig though. Football Global says Trump doesn't pay people. He is a good leader. Is he a good leader or just smart? I think both. You can't run a multi-billionaire, a multi-billion company without good leadership skills. And people will say, "Oh well, he had several bankruptcies and this and that." Mind you, these were corporate bankruptcies. These are not the types of bankruptcies that individuals face when they can't pay their bills. Corporate bankruptcies work differently. They're basically a way of restructuring your business. They can be very strategic. This is why corporate bankruptcy won't be held against you if you want to refinance your homes, because it's a different type of bankruptcy. Okay. And is he smart? Well, yes, a lot of people don't think so, but that's the thing. So I'll break it down as I put on my psychology nerd cap here. So the average college graduate, not so much now, the average IQ has dropped now amongst college students, but that's due to something called the reverse Flynn effect, which we don't have to get into here. But for the purposes of this of this conversation, I would say that it used to be the fact that the average college student's IQ was 120, at least the average college graduate, uh, which is which is 2 centiles above the average IQ, which is 100, which means someone of 120 IQ, which is the average for most college students, puts them at the uh, above high average intelligence, general intelligence. So he would be smart. Not to mention he graduated from an Ivy League school, so those that even tends to shift higher towards that 120 and above for college graduates coming out of a top Ivy League school like University of Pennsylvania, where he graduated. Now people may say, well, he got into that school through nepotism, and that's fair. He probably did get to that school through nepotism. However, he still had to graduate, which meant he still had to pass his courses, which meant he still had the intellectual capacity to handle, going to that school and finishing there. So is he smart? Yes. Is he a good leader? Presumably so. Is he flawed? Of course. But a lot of people are. I've never seen a good business leader that doesn't have some personal failings. Army Airborne says educated blacks support Harris. No. You're talking about the boule. Not all educated blacks support Harris. Simply not true. First of all, again, Harris isn't even black. So let's dispel that myth here that the educated blacks support Harris. Harris isn't even black. Now I'm going to keep saying it. Harris isn't even black. Her mother's Indian and her father's Jamaican. She's not a black American. And she was raised in Canada. She's not black. She is a tether. She didn't, when she first came into Congress, they touted her as the first Indian woman Congress member. They didn't tout up her blackness. She spent her legal career locking up black people. Which, fine. Okay, that was her career. Can't blame her for it. That's fine. But her ancestry, she's not black. She cannot trace her ancestry to black people who were living in this country before 1860. She's not a black person. She's a tether. And most educated blacks are not supporting Harris. Most Democratic educated blacks are supporting Harris, not most educated blacks. Not all educated blacks are Democrats. Most black men are not supporting her. Mullen, for instance, exactly. Her staff even quit. Good job. Yeah. Brian says if Harris wins, it's all a fixed game and America's over as you remember it. Here's the thing: she's not gonna win. Like, it's too early to call out the stats as far as surveys and poll data, but I don't see how she's going to garner support. If you wanted to bet a sure thing, I would bet that Trump would win. But if you want to bet on a what's the term for when you bet on a the thing that's likely to lose, that would be Harris. um, Nichelle W says Trump had several White House staff resign. So what's your point? He didn't have his whole staff just quit, and they cited the reasons. They said she's not easy. They said she's not easy to work with. And this was something someone else brought it up, Nichelle. This wasn't originally me. I just basically said, yeah, well, that was actually true. Yes, all presidents and vice presidents have staff members who quit, but when like the bulk of your staff quits, it calls into question why, doesn't it? Fate of All says, tell them to hit the like, brother, top right. Please do like Fate of All says. Fate of All says, guys, if you like the discussion, or you appreciate me just being a very blunt person, hit the like, hit the subscribe. You'll get way more of this content coming. You can even share it with other people. And if you want to share it to make fun of me, that's fine. If you want to share it because you actually enjoy it, that's fine as well. Renewed Strength says, let me hold 2,800, brother. All right, as long as you let me hold 4,600 out of it afterwards. Football Global says, so people leaving a job is a bad reflection on the leader. It can be. It can be. Yeah, Army Airborne says, how many Trump appointees ended up in prison? I see your point. However, as I've said before, every president is a criminal, but they face immunity to most of those crimes. However, the people under them don't. Army Airborne says, how many felonies for Trump? Again, doesn't matter. Our founding fathers were considered criminals. And even if you think that's irrelevant, here's the thing. Most people don't give a flying crap about those felonies. They care about what is he going to do for the country? What is he going to do for them? That's what people care about. They could give a flying F about a bunch of low-class felonies. When I'm talking about low-class felonies, I'm talking about like Class A felonies, Class B felonies, whatever, how they do it in New York. They don't do that here in Maryland. There's no different classes of felonies here. Israel says you're getting too caught up into it. There's more to it than what we see that goes on behind closed doors. I'm sticking within my pay grade. I can't speculate on what happens beyond what we get to see through the press or what we can inference from what we see. I don't go beyond what I can infer from what we see. Only friends says super chat and stickers is bottom right part of your screen. Like, share, and subscribe, donate, or buy coffee. Please, guys, thank you. I have an app called Buy Me a Coffee, and I literally do drink coffee every day So I buy a lot of coffee. I have some Columbia coffee upstairs right now, right next to the Keurig, through my donations. And I also bought some fruit snacks. Dustin Cox says those felonies are baseless. Exactly. And most of them are going to be overturned because of the Supreme Court case 2 weeks ago. This shows that the president has partial immunity. The 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 president has always had de facto partial immunity. It's just the Supreme Court actually did us all this a service and said these are the actual de jure immunities to which the president has to these sorts of things. So they broke it down in 3 different levels of immunity, and in almost all of them, he holds immunity in all those cases. Not so he doesn't have absolute immunity; he has partial immunity, but his partial immunity is very strong, as should be for a president. Like I said, it's always been exercised anyway. It's just never been like on paper saying this is actually what he's immune from until the Supreme Court decided this 2 weeks ago. Rock Island says she probably had connections, political nepotism. Oh, she definitely has some political uh, nepotism or cronyism rather going on. Absolutely. Like I said, most of the Washington insiders are oligarchs. When when someone comes from outside of the Washington insiders, the Washington Beltway, that's when they try to push those people out. That's why they were so. That's why they were so and antagonistic towards both Bernie and Trump because they weren't Washington insiders, which is the so-called, which is what I'm calling the oligarchy. They didn't come from the oligarchy. These were populist candidates. This is why they were so hated. Army Airborne says, how many times has Trump been impeached? Twice. Impeachment isn't a conviction, though. You have to still be convicted. Clinton was impeached. People still love him. Andrew Jackson was impeached. Richard Nixon left before he was impeached. But he was going to be impeached. The difference was he knew that if he was impeached, they would actually convict. So he stepped down from office voluntarily because he was up for impeachment as well. The difference between him and Andrew Jackson and Bill Clinton and Donald Trump was if he got impeached, the Congress was going to remove him from office. He would have been the first president to be convicted and removed from office under impeachment. So far, we've had numerous presidents get impeached, but none of them have been convicted and removed from office. This is why civics is so important, guys. It's a shame they took it out of high school. Army Airborne says Trump is forbidden from traveling to 34 countries. Is he, though? He's the president of the United States. And even if he was, they would come to him. Right? They would come to him. Who cares? Again, Army Airborne, I get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, people don't care about his convictions, his felony convictions. They care about what he can do for the country and what he can do for them. And let's be even more blunt. If Biden was convicted of several felonies, the people on Team Blue would be saying the exact same thing. People who were diehard Democrat, liberals, Team Blue, all of that, they would be saying the exact same thing about Biden. We don't care about his felonies. We care that he's going to lead the country in a good direction. they will be saying the exact same thing. So let's use the fairness maxim here and say that at the end of the day, most people don't care about these politicians being convicted of minor crimes. They care about, will this person be the best person for the job? That's what people care about. Fate of all says, okay, Army, how many people cared about Trump or heard about Trump negatively before he ran for president? Exactly. Army, everyone says Trump can't vote. Yes, he can. Here's the thing: in most states nowadays, after you've served your time, you can vote even if you have a felon. There's only a few states now where they don't allow felons to vote. Here in Maryland, like about 9, 10 years ago, they changed the law as well. Here, they said once a person has served their criminal sentence, then their voting rights are restored. So Trump can vote. Besides that, he hasn't been sentenced yet, so he's technically not a felon until he's been sentenced. He hasn't been sentenced yet. Um, and again, most people don't think his sentencing will be actual time. You know, they better not. Like you're going, it would start a civil. It would damn near start a civil war if they gave him a prison sentence after he just survived the assassination attempt. More than likely, he would get house arrest. But again, that whole sentence, all of that might be thrown out now because of the recent Supreme Court case. He's going to appeal. He's going to appeal the conviction and say that because of the recent Supreme Court decision that they can no longer hold him on these convictions. So we're going to see if that works or not. Kirkland Red 100 says people are getting so emotional in the chat because you like Trump is crazy. I know, right? I'm actually, Kirkland, I'm surprised no one's called me all sorts of like sellouts and Uncle Toms and stuff yet. Usually that's what I face, which is funny because, like I said, I've told people I voted Team Blue almost every previous election. I voted for, unfortunately, but voted for Biden back in 2020. I voted for Hillary in 2016. And I really didn't want to do that. Um, I voted. I didn't vote for Obama just because I didn't vote at all in 2008 and 2012. But I did support him at the time. Like, I think I either sent him a donation or wanted to send him a donation. I had bought his books and read both of his books, Dreams of My Father and The Audacity of Hope. I even wanted one of the T-shirts, which I didn't get, and I'm glad now that I didn't get it. That's actually a picture of him on the wall, because every old person loves Obama. um, and before Obama, I voted for John Kerry. So I've always been Team Blue. So it's funny that now, just because I like Trump, now I'm suddenly a sellout. Now I'm suddenly all these bad words. But no one was saying that when I was voting Team Blue previously. Fate of all says no one. Right. Football Global says quest from a Caribbean person. How do y'all keep complaining about jobs and money and donating to politicians? No Caribbean person is giving money to any politicians. I don't really think you want to go there, Football Global, because we all know that in Jamaica they have political gangs. For some of you who've never been to Jamaica, don't know about Jamaican politics, guys, you know how we have Bloods and Crips and MS-13s and BGF and uh, Pyru and all these other sort of folks here. They have political gangs that bang on behalf of political candidates in Jamaica. That's how bad it is there. So I don't want to hear anything talking about us donating to politicians when we have problems here compared to what you guys have going on in Jamaica and some of these other Caribbean countries. You guys have political gangs. I would never sit there and bang for a freaking prime minister. Like, Are you serious? Like, you can't make fun of American politics when stuff isn't going swimmingly well in those countries either. Haiti doesn't capital doesn't even exist anymore, and you're making fun of us. Haiti's capital doesn't even freaking exist right now because they're in such violent turmoil. Look at Belize. Um, it's more women that live in Belize than men because most of the men have died through gang warfare. And I can mention other Caribbean countries, so let's not go there. Let's not go there with us being silly for donating to politicians when you guys got political gangs running around in some of those countries like Jamaica. Even the late great Bob Marley talked about bringing peace to the country from these political gangs. I think he got shot once while doing a show, trying to urge Jamaicans to stop all the civil unrest. Football Globe says, question again, how many women have started wars in invaded countries? Bro, you're going to have to start hitting the super chat if you're going to keep asking questions outside of the topic. You're saying how many women have started wars in invaded countries? I don't know. I don't keep those stats, and I'm not going to make up numbers just to sound like I know something, which I don't know. I don't do that. But if we're going to talk just on average, not many. It's mostly men. If you're steering at towards some sort of direction, maybe you should just get to the points that are trying to ask a ask a leading question. Jerry says, so you hate women who cheated on you? Drop it in the super chat if you want that answered, because that sounds dumb. Israel says we just need to reconnect with ourselves. You won't get what you want from the external world. It's all within you. Maybe. Rock Owl says, at Airborne Trump wrote laws to reduce sentences for nonviolent offenders. Can you say the same for Kamala Harris, a woman who spearheaded harsh sentences for marijuana usage early in her career? Absolutely, and not just for marijuana usage. Rock Owl, she gave out, she was locking people up just for truancy. For truancy, in like, who locks people up for truancy in this day and time? When I heard that, I'm like, seriously, truancy? Or and then again, let's also talk about the 1,500 black men that she kept in jail, she kept in prison beyond their sentences to provide cheap labor to the California prison system. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the fact that she refused to release a person on death row who had been exonerated until the courts forced her to do so. Yeah, she's she's not great. She's not great. Take a lote, says Kamala. Realistic FPS, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while. He said Rock Owl. He's clapping to that. Take a latte says it was staged. When an innocent person dies, it wasn't staged. An innocent man, a family man, a man who was a first responder, he lost his life in that so-called staged event. It was not staged. And I still don't know why Army Airborne keeps saying Trump can't vote. He literally can vote. First of all, he hasn't been sentenced yet, so he can vote. And even after he has been sentenced, whatever they bring down to him, whether it's house arrest or probation or whatever, uh, pretty sure they're gonna give him an exemption to vote. when he's the presidential frontrunner. Moonlit Fern says Secret Service was slacking hard. Yeah, before you even came to the chat, I had mentioned that Moonlit Fern. I was like, they need to stop these DEI agents. I'm pretty sure that was embarrassing to a friend of mine who joined Secret Service when we were in college. 20. So I think he joined about 22 years ago now. He actually taught me some tricks in Muay Thai, so he can protect someone. All right. um, but it's embarrassing to see this female Secret Service agent who can't even holster her own gun. Like seriously, you can't even host. You sitting there fumbling with your gun, and so then you try to look cool and play it off and just be like, they're a joke. And again, like I said, the presidential staff, Secret Service, they are an elite group. So she must have gotten in there through DEI because the presidential staff and the people who are trained to protect political dignitaries, they are not regular Secret Service. These people are trained as a specialized task force. So there's no way that she made it onto that specialized task force through her actual physical abilities. She was a DEI hire if I've ever seen one. So it was good that the Secret Service director was forced to resign. Realistic FBS says take, oh yeah, you're delusional, proving our points. LOL. Exactly. Anthony Botley says there's always one in the crowd. Yeah. Army Ambrose says Trump felons times 34. Dude, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. If people want that man and they think he's the best person for the job, they're gonna not care about his felons. For the same way people overlook Biden's problems. If Biden had caught a bunch of felonies in the process of running his election, his supporters wouldn't care about his felonies either. Let's just be fair about that. People aren't going to people aren't going to care about these politicians having criminal records if they deem these people the best people for the job. That's what people care about. And like I said, people overlook stuff that Biden has done. Say mine says, "Hi, what's up?" Football Global says, "Sir, hypothetical question. If I spent 4 years telling you the sky is pink and you finally go outside and see that the sky is blue, do you believe it's pink?" Dude, don't try to use Plato's cave against someone who actually has a degree in philosophy. I know the whole Plato's cave dilemma. You're new to my channel, apparently. I don't know how you expect me to answer. Like I said, I already know the whole Plato's cave dilemma. And I can tell you what the guy did in Plato's cave. So he's locked in the cave. Actually, no. You can drop that in a super chat and I'll go into that rant. I'm not going to go in this on that rant right now without this. I forgot I'm monetized now. You're going to ask me irrelevant stuff. Hit it up in the super chat, my friend. Allie the snowman and her friend says $1.86 a gallon. Moonlit Fern says best president. Hard question. Best president. Probably. I'm just gonna go Abraham Lincoln. Why even deny it? He freed the slaves. He He freed the slaves and won a civil war. That that says something to me. It would have been easier for him not to free the slaves, for him to basically take the uh, to empathize with the leanings of the American South, which would have kept the country together in the first place. I'm gonna say Lincoln. I'm trying to think of a better one. There are other presidents I'm partial to, like John Adams. I don't think he's talked about enough because he's sometimes seen as a failed president because he only had one term. But he he would be my top five, I think. But yeah, I would say Abraham Lincoln. Tyler Cromer says, "Man was sucking the microplastics out the straw just now." I'm thirsty, man. Like, I I haven't. Unfortunately, I hadn't drank water all day, and usually I bring a bottle with me to work. So I did have water at work. Like we have a little, I had like a cup, and I just kept going back and forth to get water. But it was worse afterward because I went right after work. I went to doing some boxing. Then right after boxing, I went to the gym. Then right after the gym, I came home and did some road work, which I ran for about 11 kilometers. Then um, a few chores and washed up, and I went right to doing a live stream. So yeah, I'm immensely thirsty, and most of this was ice. Now it's completely melted. I mean, I'm trying to be civilized because usually I would just rip the top off and just down it, but I don't want you guys seeing me like taking this to the head. No diddy. So yeah, I'm just trying to be civilized and use the straw right now. Well, Jerry, if you can't listen to this anymore, then adios, muchacho. And don't. This is not an airport, so you don't have to declare your departures. Fate of all says, "Who said that?" Dustin Cox says, "Quote from Biden: If you don't vote for me, you're not black." Yeah, that's gonna always ring in infamy, and I still kick myself to this day, Dustin, for the fact that I still voted for him after he said something so condescending. Like I I I regret it, but at the time I was so brainwashed into thinking that we needed him to course correct the presidency because that Trump was leading us down a dark path. He really wasn't. It There was definitely some problems in the Trump administration last time around. I'm not going to deny that. But look at everything that was going on at the time. You had all his little underlings coming into like legal mischief. You had the pandemic going on. Uh, it was just a lot going on. Then I had a lot going on in my personal life at that time as well, around 2019, 2020. So, uh, like I said, I regret voting for Biden, but at the time, I was tricked into thinking that we needed him to stabilize the country again. Basically, since the media was trying to spin it that the whole basically the sky was falling unless we elected Biden, and I bought into it. Tool 5150 says Reagan was good. Yeah, so Reagan, I was gonna put him in my top five for best presidents since Moonlit Fern asked me. Um, he ended the Cold War. Yes, he did. There was some stuff. The Iran Contra affair and all these other things that were going on. And yes, he has some issues with being a bigot. But he was a very effective president. He got us out of some economic turmoil in the early 80s because we had a very huge recession going on in the 80s, guys. That some people aren't aware of. Like, this was a really bad recession back in the 80s. Um, like I say, he ended the Cold War. So, uh, so Reagan's definitely gonna be in the top five for a lot of people, if not their number one. I'll put him in my top five, but he's not whom I consider the best. John Mitchell says you didn't go to an HBCU, bruh, all of a sudden educated people are why black folks are never going anywhere. Social media is destroying your mind. Why are you on here? What's your qualifications? First of all, first of all, Negro, you clicked on my fucking channel. How are you gonna say social media is destroying your mind when you're posting something on social media, you dumb fuck? And no, I didn't go to an HBCU. I almost did. My father was a professor at Howard University, dipshit. I didn't go there because he wasn't a tenured professor. He was only an adjunct professor, so he ended up losing his position my last year of college. I mean, my last year of high school. So instead, I ended up going to a community college for a year and a half, and then I transferred to a 4-year research university. By the way, at that research university, we had a sizable black population on campus, to which I was a strong part of. I was part of the Black Student Union. I even formed, well, I didn't form, I became a leader for a group that advocated for black men on campus. I also did a mentorship for incoming black freshmen on that campus. So, what is your point? And what are my qualifications? My qualifications is that I'm rational enough to talk about something in an educated and articulate way. Next time you want to say something condescending about me, um, maybe recognize the hypocrisy in doing so and dismissing social media while being on social media, dismissing social media. And I won't even answer a question like that again unless it's in the super chat. Fate of all says it's crazy. Football Global says Biden must be capable from X-Men time traveling. Nah, he's not that good. Mikey Masters says he's not the best, but he's better than Trump. Mm, opinions differ. Laura McIver says this is a waste of time. Then Laura, you don't have to be here, my friend. Joseph Matthews Comey says I think he was a great president. Which one? Anthony Bowley says, did Trump do any of those things? What things are we mentioning? He helped do prison reform. He kept us out of any new wars. He kept inflation rates down. And I know you can say, no, that's actually the Federal Reserve. Okay, that's fair. But the presidents have a direct control on the decisions made in the Federal Reserves. So, Hunter Speak says no, but he did say the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War was we didn't have enough airports. He misspeaks. It happens. He even Here's the thing. He also went on to say that he intentionally does not uh, use prompters when he, except for like when he's actually doing like a speech to the nation, things like that. most of the time he decides to ad lib when it comes to questions being asked of him because he think it comes off more natural, and he said he realizes that he will often say stuff that seems a little incoherent at times, but that's because he's ad libbing his responses to questions because he thinks it sounds more natural to do so than to give these um, these canned responses to questions from the media. Um, plus, and the reason for doing so is that it makes the way he talk more accessible to the average person. This is something Bush did too. Like the whole Bushisms was that he said that intentionally spoke to people in a colloquial way so that they can more identify with him. The sort of average person could identify with him because think about it, he's not he wouldn't be the sort of average person. He graduated from Yale and had an MBA, so he's he's within the elite of the elite. His father was a former president and a former director of the, and George Bush Sr. wasn't also the president. He was also a former director of the CIA, and as such, as president, he requested to keep receiving intelligence briefings long after he left office. But and the Bush family is a very elite family from where they come from. They're actually a bunch of carpetbaggers. Like they're not from Texas. They are from New England. Uh, so they're a very elite, wealthy family. But to make himself accessible to the common man, he would do these Bushisms and make himself accessible to people by the way he talked and his OG, all shucks, G Willikers type sort of like persona he gave off. So Trump was doing something similar when he talks incoherently during interviews and stuff like that. He's ad libbing because he knows ad libbing makes him seem more natural in what how he talks. Biden hasn't done gaffes. He's done a whole bunch of gaffes. He introduced Putin as his vice president. No, I'm sorry. He introduced Putin as the guy fighting Russia. He meant to say Zelensky, but he gaffed and called Kamala Harris Trump, VP Donald Trump. Then tried to switch it up and say, "Oh yeah, I'm just so enthusiastic about beating him. I made that mistake." Sure you did, Biden. Sure you did. They all gaff. They're old. They're both in the silent generation. They were both around when World War II was still being fought. They both make plenty of verbal gaffes and can be inarticulate at times, as we all are. If you catch any of us talking on a day-to-day basis, we'll probably be saying some pretty idiotic stuff. And Army Airborne says history will not be kind to Donald Trump, and rightly so. It depends on who writes this history, though, Army Airborne. So here's the thing: a bunch of historians have, to your credit, have said that Trump is the worst president ever. However, I can't take any historian seriously who says that Donald Trump is the worst president ever, because they're basically glossing over all the presidents who've owned slaves, sold slaves, committed Indian genocide, and other sorts of war crimes. Those were the worst presidents. If you're going to tell me Donald Trump was the worst president from people who owned and sold slaves and committed Indian genocide, then I'm not going to take you seriously. Blame Dirty, what's up? I'm about to go soon, actually, guys, so I'm going to wrap this up. Army Airborne says, at least it is guaranteed that Donald Trump will never get an aircraft carrier named after him. I wouldn't be too certain of that. I wouldn't be too certain of that. I would not be too certain of that. If you're saying that because those sort of some of those aircraft carriers are no longer being made, I think I don't know if that's your point or if you're just trying to say hark back to the whole felony thing. But yes, I realize that there's a class of naval fleets that are no longer being made. I don't know if that's your point or not. John Mitchell says you're a female now. Hmm. Realistic FPS says LOL, you lost your mind. Army Airborne says neither will Biden. Hmm. Yeah, so you're talking about the naval fleet that they stopped making that class of ships. And I know I'm not using the correct term, but I wasn't in the Navy. I'm sorry. So I forgot the name of that class of naval ships. Dude, why you keep asking if you want to ask a question, drop it in the super chat. I'm not taking those anymore. I'm sorry. Skylar Wallace is typically listed to the OJs. Nah, not really. However, I did go see a doo-wop band last Friday, at a local place in Baltimore, and one of the members, I believe, was an original member of the Spinners, who because he just turned 80, which kind of meshes up with how old a Spinner member would be, but never listened really much to the OJs. And that's your free question. After that, super chat. I'll answer one of them for free, and after that is the super chat. I don't get the trolling alley. This is actually my grandmother's place, not my mother's. Um, and yes, it's old school. You have a problem with that? Don't watch. Did Daddy in the cast says enable super chats. The super chats are enabled. They're there. You can click on them. They should be in the bottom right, I believe. But the super chats are available. PSK says 159, son. Oh, she still keep asking the same questions. I think she's just trolling or it was a bot. Brian Perez is watching from the Philippines. What's up, my friend? What part of the Philippines are you from? And also, are you the boyfriend of my wife's friend? Because he's been watching me for a while, and I tried to shout him out and ask him to to actually say something. Just curious. If you're not, that's cool. But what part of the Philippines are you from? Shadi Richardson says, "Yep." Jackie Mueller says Harris has zero chance at winning. She don't have zero chance, but it's just not enough of a chance to even matter. I don't know if that's better, knowing that you have zero chance or know that you have a chance. It's just not high enough to matter. I don't know which one is more demoralizing. I guess it depends on your point of view. uh, Someone says, "What's up? I can't read your YouTube handle. Starts with a K, ends with a K." Rock Isle says, "I look forward to a Harris Trump debate. It should be interesting because people who stumped for Harris think that the prosecutor versus the felon thing that she's going to be able to stump Trump, and I'm not too sure about that because there's things that she can't answer either. If you get her in a sore part of her career, she's not going to be able to answer for it. She couldn't answer Tulsi Gabbard 4 years ago when Tulsi Gabbard went after her legal career. She couldn't answer it. Emily Francis, LOL, human centipede, got him. Yeah. Rodney Hill says, I agree, bro. Allie the Snowman and our friend says, where's your dad? So at this point, I'm just going to ignore you, and you're probably going to get timed out if you keep going, or just banned. If you want to ask a stupid question, ask it in the super chat. Zero Factor says, that's how boomers talk about Gen X. Here's the thing, no one gives a fuck about what baby boomers thinks. And with all due respect to my baby boomer viewers, um, yeah, we don't, because they're considered the sociopathic generation. Everything that they've of everything that they said of Gen X, they also say to millennials and Gen Z, because they can't even make those differentiations between the different generations. And it just shows that a lot of what they're saying is empty. One of the things that you always hear is people don't want to work anymore. Do you know that that actual line has gone all the way? They've traced that line of bullshit back to the 1800s. Like people were literally saying that back in the 1800s. People don't want to work anymore. How long are people going to keep using that? This is the trademark word of a baby boomer. And what Gen X is talking about with Gen Z is not the same thing. See, Gen X are the parents of Gen Z for the most part, right? And maybe a few boomers still getting it in. But but um, just like boomers were the parents of Gen X and millennials, Gen X are the parents of Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And there are differences. The thing is, see, Gen X was the last generation to be pre before everything went digital. So while they are competent with using devices and being in the digital world, they remember a world before that where they didn't have helicopter parents. No one gave a crap what we did. Like there were literally commercials back in the early 80s that came on at night telling parents it's 8:30 p.m. Do you know where your children are? this this was a common thing. I had a dirt bike that I'm pretty sure my parents didn't know where I was going most of the time. They didn't really care as long as I was back within a reasonable time. The difference now with the millennials and Gen Z, so the millennials were raised by the same parents that Gen X were raised by. However, as Dennis Sperling has said on his podcast, it seems that with millennials, baby boomers got their shit together, so they were better parents to them. A little bit too good. They became these helicopter parents and made them soft. And yes, oh, everyone always says, "Oh, you're making them soft," but no. When you can actually measure something, it exists. This, I mean, looking at it from if I put on my little science cap here, a phenomena that can be objectively measured objectively exists. We can actually measure lower levels of testosterone in the millennials and Generation Z compared to older generations of men. Also, there's a thing called the reverse Flynn effect that has been affecting millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha. The Flynn effect is the effect that we've seen since the starting of IQ testing in the early 1900s, showing that each generation did better on the IQ test, so they had to renormalize the test so that people weren't just doing, because if you looked at each test before you renormalize, you renormed the results, each generation was getting better at taking the test. And originally it was believed because people were getting smarter. It wasn't actually people were getting smarter. It was the fact that education was getting more education was geared towards teaching abstract reasoning, and that more uh, jobs and lifestyles required people to have better abstract reasoning, which went into the Flynn effect. However, as predicted by the bell curve, 30 years ago, a much maligned book, but very good book, showed that we were in the danger of that Flynn effect flatlining and even reversing, and we actually are seeing a reverse of the Flynn effect. So it's now when we had to renormalize those IQ tests to reflect people doing better on them, now they have to renormalize those tests because people are doing worse on them. And that means that people are getting worse at being able to abstractly reason or think critical, use critical thinking skills. And it's showing up in the lower, it's showing up in these younger generations. This is why you have younger generations of folks saying stupid shit like, if you disagree with my lifestyle, then you are actually encouraging violence. No, that's not how it works. uh, Disagreeing with someone is not violence. To say so is absurd. And so, yes, what we are saying as Gen X and even some of the older millennials about younger millennials and Gen Z and Gen Alpha is that, yes, they have issues. They are a they are a bit privileged. Well, they are a bit entitled. So if baby boomers were known for being sociopathic or narcissistic, Gen Z is known for being entitled. Gen X, we were known for being cynical. And you kind of get that from me. I'm a little cynical, right? But yeah, so that was their shtick. So that's not how boomers talk. The fact that you even said that shows that you're probably Gen Z and you can't make differentiation. Both boomers and Gen Z don't know how to make differentiations between generations. And to be even more specific, I'm a Zennial. I am the generation between 1977 and 1983, which was a micro generation that was a hybrid of Gen X and millennials, because Gen X was from 1965 to 1980, where millennials were from 1981 to 1996. So that 77 to 83 is sort of a hybrid of those two groups. It's also called the Star Wars generation because that's when the original trilogy happened, 1977 to 1983. In any case, we share some common cultural factors that maybe unique to both millennials and Generation X. But one thing we can agree on is that Gen Z, they're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us. So yeah, um, we're not saying the same things that baby boomers said. Baby boomers made the arguments that baby boomers make against younger generations don't even make sense because they can't even differentiate. They can't even differentiate between three different, completely different generations of people. So when my father's calling millennials kids, I'm like, Dad, they're like middle aged now. So, well, I don't talk to that dumbass anyway, but that's a different story. All right, Allie, you are gone. Time to go night night for you. Dispex a human centipede. LOL, you made my day, bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't. My generation, we used to like roast people, like we called it cracking or playing the dozens or joning or busting or snapping, um, all that sort of stuff. We did this every day, all day, just for fun. Like the fact that some person's gonna try to go at me and think I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get them. Psh, all right. Like I would be worse if I wasn't worried about getting demonetized. I would be way worse. But there's certain things you cannot say anymore in polite conversation. Naima Sim says real rap. Realistic FPS is haha. Jared Matthew says watching from Lorraine, Quebec, Canada. Thank you. Manny Jackson says, can we be done with all the black and white stuff? the stuff happened and now we're all here. I mean, I don't disagree. You shouldn't forget history to get through history. That's the difference. We shouldn't forget stuff just to get over it. You can get over stuff, but you should still be aware of it. Sort of like, if you coming from an abusive family, you can get over it, but that doesn't mean you should forget it, right? Someone says there's two genders. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Uh, begins with a K, ends with a K. I'll say there are two biological sexes. As far as the genders, I'm not going to take a strong stance on it. If you want to know my thoughts on that, though, I've literally done like at least 3 different live streams on that in the past where I didn't have any conversation with anyone. I just basically just gave a long rant on it. But uh, the you don't get away from the question just by saying that these are social constructs, right? Because usually social constructs may have some underlying biological reality to them, as do genders, because the word's not the gender's not even used consistently. Sometimes it's used interchangeably with sex, but when it becomes inconvenient to the belief that there's not only two genders, then they want to differentiate it between from biological sex and call it a social construct, and say there's multiple of them and all this sort of stuff, and it's kind of disingenuous at times. But I won't get into that because that's a topic for another day. Fate of all says, okay, you are delayed from the chat now. And I see you. I fuck with you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, so it's Fate of all. I'm always gonna be like 5 minutes behind in the chat just because I'm taking my time to actually look at everyone's comments and answer them, which is why I'm going 3 hours long and I didn't plan on being here this late. Tankzilla says Jill is pretty evil. Which one, Jill Biden or Jill Stein? I'm guessing you mean Jill Biden. Rocky says, I love the way you think, bud. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Army Airborne says racism and now generationalisms. Okay, now you're just making words up. You're just making up isms. No, I'm saying there are generational differences. These different generations are put together by the Pew Research Center and others. There are different generations. The baby boomer generations comes from 1946 to 1964. Generation X comes from 1965 to 1980. Millennials comes from 1981 to 1996. Okay. Generation Z comes from 1997 to 2012. And currently from 2013 to the present is Generation Alpha. Before baby boomers is the silent generation, which both Trump and Biden are a part of. Because people confuse them with boomers. No, they are older than boomers. And before the silent generation, there was the greatest generation. These are the people who fought in World War II. And the very first generation of the 20th century was called the lost generation. Okay? I'm not making up isms just because you don't agree with something. Oliver likes movies, says, up, bro. What's up, Oliver? Moonlit Fern says Trump roasts hard. That's why he's winning. Yeah, he's good at making jokes. He the stuff he says is funny as hell just because because it's so inappropriate. The stuff is funny. I want to say some of the jokes, but I can't hear. Rodney Hill says, "Where's the Martin Luther King picture at?" Exactly. Right? Rodney, every old black person, you got to have the Obama picture right here. Well, you can't. every black every old black household, you have the Obama picture, then you have like the Martin Luther King picture, and then you have the Jesus picture. It's like, look, baby, on the wall, that see that Jesus, and that's Martin Luther King, and that Obama. Yeah, but uh, actually, yeah, actually, there is a Martin Luther King picture. It's not. It's just not here in the den. I, I think it's either in the living room. It's either in the living room or it's upstairs. But there's definitely a Martin Luther King picture up in here. She doesn't have the Jesus pictures up because she's not Catholic, so she doesn't really have the. But my other grandmother did. There was like about 100 different Jesus pictures on the wall. All of them white, white Celtic looking Jesus. um, but yeah, there's a Martin Luther King um, picture in here somewhere. Blame Dirty says I'm just sitting back enjoying it, popcorn with this chat. BSK says chase taste the rainbow. Well, so everyone's throwing in their political. Nothing will get people so heated as politics. I've noticed even religion doesn't get people as heated as politics does nowadays. Like I said, you have one guy trying to make assumptions about American politics and saying that it's better in the Caribbean, and I'm like, no, it's not. I was like, there are literal political gangs running around Jamaica and other Caribbean countries. Like, and I mean, when I say political gangs, I mean literally gangs. Like, they're politically affiliated gangs. So instead of banging for like the Crips and banging for the Pyrus and the Bloods and all that sort of stuff, they're banging for prime ministers or candidates to be prime ministers and stuff like that. It's insane. Rydog says Kamala at least is trying to protect women's rights. Trump wants to ban abortion nationwide. Good. And that's not what he actually didn't say that. He was literally asked this during the debate and said that he disagreed with people completely abandoning abortion. He said it should be a statewide issue. So that's why he agreed with taking down Roe versus Wade. Now that it goes to the states. He says he agrees with that. But he wouldn't sign something that gets rid of it completely. He's been on record saying that. Also, let's stop talking about this is women's rights. Look, let's stop. I wish people stop being. I wish people would just start being honest. Look, it's not the two choices is not an abortion and getting a cream pie. I'm sorry. There are many different. There are 3 dozen types of contraceptive on the market. 3 dozen types of contraceptive on the market. 3 dozen types of contraceptives on the market. And yes, I'm repeating stuff like Dr. Umar Johnson does because it works. There are 3 dozen types of contraceptives on the market. So if you think the only choice is either a cream pie leading to a baby or an abortion, I don't want to keep using that word, then you're wrong. And it just shows women not being accountable for their own behavior. No one said you had to let that dude nut up in you. And if he did, then you can take one of those what's the emergency B pills, those that, or I don't know, you could have like, I don't know, used a condom, or you could have used a sponge, you could have used the IED, you could have used the Norform, you could use a diaphragm.
You could use the female condom. Like, there's 3 dozen methods of contraceptive on the market. You don't have to just accept a raw dog cream pie. I mean, unless that's what you're going for, and if so, you might have a nice career on X videos. But yeah, how is that women's rights? No, be accountable for your own behavior. We have to be accountable for our own behavior. But all of a sudden, oh well, I it's a matter of women's rights. Well, why didn't you protect yourself? So I'm not trying to hear that. And I guess Kamala would be wanting to protect that since she likes to have affairs with married men. Sade says no. Is it Sade or Sadie? I'm sorry. He says no. She says no. They aren't. Result of American educational system. I'm an educator. Football Global says everyone will get old one day. It's crazy. Y'all make fun of Joe Biden for being old and has grandparents at home. We're not making fun of him being old, bro. Trump is almost as old as he is. There's like a 2 year difference between them. We're making fun of the man because he has dementia and but he still has the hubris to not, he had the hubris to think that he could still lead the most important country in the world while suffering early onset dementia. His insiders hid how bad his cognitive decline was. We're making fun of that. Yes, we're making fun of it because someone that fucking old and that in that stage of cognitive decline has no business running the White House. That's why we're making fun of him. We're not making fun of him because he's old. We're making fun of him because he's not in a position where he should be leading the free world anymore. This is why we got rid of kings. Realistic FPS says, let me guess, but Project 2025, right? All right, some of the stuff is getting repetitive, so I'm about to bow out. I have to get up early in the morning to run and then go to work. Maria Aina Kalama. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Maria. She says so when the STF scenarios, for guys that don't know, that means when the shit hits the fan. What is women's rights going to do when there's no jobs, no food, no nothing? Exactly. They're going to be they're going to be preying on the patriarchy, Maria, to protect them. We actually saw this happen during the pandemic. When the pandemic happened and all these people were flooding the grocery stores, just buying up everything, taking all the toilet tissue, you saw all these single women just completely freaking out, like, oh, what I'm gonna do? Like, you saw the fear in their eyes going to these grocery stores, not knowing what's going to happen. That was just a minor sample of how badly things can go. Like, imagine like the grid going down, or just a bunch of men just deciding, hey, we're not going to take care of we don't care about society anymore. We're just going to go our own way. Things could get really bad really quickly. And again, like, and to your very point, you're like, so what is all this women's rights going to do then? Women, like, stuff like that is only privileged upon the fact that you have a stable patriarchal society to rely on. And our society isn't that anymore. Blame Dirty says facts, people's facts on this channel. If not, you will be called out. Thank you. That's exactly right. Muhammad Balak says hello. What's up, Muhammad? Football Global says wasn't a real American person who was born in this country, in America, and upholds American values. That's a real American. But I'm not going to answer any more of your random question unless you hit the super chat, my friend. All right, some people just keep repeating their own little bylines here, so I'm just going to start ignoring those. Manny Jackson feel like it would be fun to golf with. If I knew golf, unfortunately I've never done anything beyond miniature golf, and even that's been a while. I know Richie Mack on the Zoom to Thailand channel. He has a thing where you can come to Thailand and actually play golf in Pattaya with these sexy caddies. But the problem is you actually have to know how to golf to do so. So I don't know how well that would go for me. But I'm pretty sure it would be fun. Realistic FBS says Rydog keep copying and pasting. She's losing big time. I know, right? Why these people just are like flooding the chat with like I I really don't understand how passionate people become with politics because I guess because I'm sort of apathetic towards politics because I see that they all do the same bullshit. This is why when people get mad at me and they think I'm being based, I'm like, you realize I can say this about both sides, right? But people get so passionate and enveloped in these things. Like I said, the worst cases like in Jamaica where they have political gangs running around, or in places like parts of Africa, Latin America, where um, they have political turmoil like coup d'etats and all this sort of stuff, um, and military coups. I just don't care enough to get that involved where I'm going to be actually like fighting it out with someone based on differences in political opinions. Now I'll clown you, but I'm not going to like just fight it out with people over that. It's too much. Maria says I'm Hawaiian and I'm an American patriot. Thank you, Maria. I knew from your uh, I knew from your name that I was saying, oh, she's probably like from maybe the Pacific Islands or Polynesian of some sort. Polynesian women are very nice, very nice looking. I'll leave it at that. Blame Dirty says Obama's an American convo over. Yeah, so I've said that earlier. He keeps Blame Dirty. He keeps asking these leading questions, and it's like, stop asking questions and just make your point. Like I think he thinks it's clever to ask leading questions, and it's really not. It's like I know a leading question when I see it. It's like instead of just asking a leading question, just go with whatever your point is. Concerned uh, Citizen 2022 says football, the good old days are true Americans. Moonlit Furnace says exactly that's why he was in Chicago. Yeah. Like he was all of a sudden so caring about Chicago, what's going on there when he never been there. He had been in California and New York, and that's pretty much it. Then all of a sudden he wants to move to Chicago. Whatever. Robert D says he's won awards for his community activism against slumlords. Oh, I don't deny it. I don't deny that, Robert. I was saying that I think he was there to pad his resume. That's how I see it. He was there for 2 years. Then he decided to apply to Harvard Law, and he went. He ended up going there. He returned to Illinois, but he did that for his political career. He came there. He became a constitutional law professor, and he ran for state senate. He originally lost, but then he ran again and ended up winning. So, Football Global says fate of all Trump will be 80 plus years old if he wins. No issue with that. Yeah. Smash the like button is free. That's Blame Dirty says, guys, please. And like I said, if you're gonna, I'll answer one or two questions that are irrelevant to the topic. But if you're gonna keep asking a bunch of irrelevant questions like Football Global does, please be courteous and leave a super and do it through a super chat or leave a super sticker or even a super thanks. Any of those things I appreciate, and I'll immediately acknowledge your question. Also, when you do so, when you hit that super chat, and you can leave whatever question or comment you want. As you guys see, it'll come up across the screen for everyone to see it. Army Airborne says Trump is a slumlord. Okay, guess who else was a slumlord? George freaking Washington. George Washington was a real estate mogul when he became president, and from the he got that land from the spoils of the French and Indian Wars, and was an active landlord while he was in the White House. He was an active landlord while he was in the White House. So, where some of you knew your history, and he wasn't the only. Those two weren't the only one. Sleepy Kev says vote Democrat if you want your feelings protected by live, like we're in the Hunger Games. My music says I would buy a house. He claims a lot, like the rappers. Okay. Lauren says Trump doesn't want to ban the A word. He lets the states make the choice for that state. Do y'all watch the debates at all, or just get your info from CNN? Exactly, Lauren. I said the same thing. Blame Dirty says 190 people in chat, only 29 likes. Please hit the like button. Please, guys. Yeah, hit the like button. Like I said, if we're gonna have this little repartee and this little, back and forth or tete-a-tete, hit the like button. Hit the subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything, but it means a lot to me because it helps me with the algorithm. Okay. Robert D says all top performers were groomed. I don't know what you mean by groomed. I don't know in which sense you mean that. ASMR baby says I still don't think they will let him win. Well, to your credit, there are some Washington insiders that have said that no matter what, they would block him from winning. But I don't know how much, depending on who those insiders are, I don't know how much power they have in actually doing that. However, more than likely, just out of the sheer support and the numbers that he will have when he when they count up all the electoral votes, I'm pretty sure he's going to win on that alone. Now, they try to do something extra legal to stop him, then that's a different story, right? Tyler Chroma says hood booger. Yeah, I can't remember who came up with that. I don't know if I came up with that or a friend of mine came up with that. But yeah, I use that term. Football Global says Trump could never run for election in the Caribbean. If we feel you are not smarter than us, you don't stand a chance. Eh, but he is smarter than the average person. That's what I'm saying though, because he did graduate from an Ivy League school, and as I've discussed, we can measure, we can we can know the average IQ of someone just by their level of education. This is why when people say education doesn't equal intelligence, it may not equal intelligence, but it can tell you, it can pretty much give you a rough sketch of that person's level of intelligence. So, because general intelligence can be measured on a Gaussian curve, which is a normal distribution curve in statistics, which means that most people will fall somewhere in the middle. um, Most psychological traits can be measured through normal distribution probability curves, and as such, we was they normally say so the average is going to be marked at 100. So when you do that, we can start looking at certain things. So the average IQ of a high school graduate is 105. Okay. The average IQ of a college graduate, not recently, but let's say in the past 20 years, because it's gone down now to about 115, 113, but in the past it was about 120. And the average IQ of of a a grad student was 130, which is 3 centiles above the average IQ, which is at 100. A person at 130 is considered gifted. Someone at 120 is high above average. So if he's a college graduate, he is at least of an average IQ of 120, and we can give the degrees of freedom of that between 115 and 125. Either way, he's smarter than the average bear, as most college graduates are. And it's going to be skewed more towards that 120, 125 because he graduated from an Ivy League school and not just some lower tier 4 year school. So, yeah, he would be smarter than the average person, whether here in America or in the Caribbean. Football Global. Ride Dog 1819. I don't care about Project 2025. First of all, some of you need to get your facts straight. Project 2025 was not something started by Trump. That was started by the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank. They devised that, and there's no, there's nothing to suggest that Trump is or wants to support Project 2025. He's actually disavowed most of it. He says some of it is stuff that I agree with, but he said a lot of stuff I disagree with, and some of those things are even completely ridiculous to me. He's been on record saying that it's not his plan. This was made by people in the Heritage Foundation, which is a very conservative think tank. So it's scaremongering to keep bringing that up as if that was part of Trump's campaign platform. It's not, and it never has been. Like Blame Dirty says, there's no facts behind Project 2025. It's just a scaremongering. It's just a scaremongering technique amongst Team Blue to scare people into like voting against Trump. It's not going to work. Voters aren't as stupid as people think they are. They may they may sometimes vote against their better interests, something that afflicts us all, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily stupid. Football Global says, why isn't the U.S. election done by popular vote? All right, this is gonna be the last free question I give you. So the the U.S. election isn't done by popular vote because back during the founding of our country, there was a debate amongst the founding fathers whether we should have a pure democracy where we elect the leader of the country through a direct vote, or there should be some sort of hedge against that so that pure democracy doesn't just boil down to mob rules or mobocracy, and that the fact that a lot of them were skeptical that the common man would be politically informed enough to make rational decisions when it comes to electing the head of the country. I kind of agree with that cynicism. This particularly this was of the people um, who called themselves Federalists within the founders of American society. So some of them said they would just wanted more of a parliamentarian type system like the UK has, but people were against that. So they kind of split the difference and said, okay, well, we're just going to have a popular vote and an electoral vote, and the person who wins the popular vote will get X amount of electoral votes, which will count towards who actually, which will count to actually deciding the president. Also, it it was also a compromise to the South, who had a smaller population of free people living amongst them because they had a huge population of slaves, and the South said, "Oh no, no, you're not going to outnumber us by the number of slaves being counted as people." So they came up with the so-called three-fifths compromise to add to how much of the population they could count in these slave-holding states that would give them the amount of college elect college electors um, for their votes. So it's problematic in that sense because some people see it as a some people see the electoral system as a bygone relic of when America still practiced slavery. However, a lot of us see it as sort of a brace against mob rules, direct votes. But here's the thing: in almost every case, except for like three times, the electoral vote has always gone in the direction of the popular vote. Except, like I said, in the case of Al Gore versus Bush, Hillary versus Trump, stuff like that. Like these were examples of when it didn't go that way. But almost in most cases, the electoral vote went the same way as the popular vote. Sincere Davo says the vote doesn't matter when it's the same head running the show. You can definitely be mad. Quantum says the Caribbean is not a superpower, can't compare, nor the level of intelligence that is in this country. Exactly. Like most of these Caribbean countries are tourist economies, so not exactly equivalent here. Some blacks feel because they are American, they are blessed by ethnicity, even if they've never done shit. My music, you can go somewhere else with that. That was not the argument. My argument was that Harris is not black, and she's pandering, and I'm not trying to. I don't. I'm not buying her pandering when she's not even an actual black person. And even if she was a black person, I still wouldn't vote for her just by virtue of her race. But she's pandering hard to the black vote when she's never done anything for black people. And up until she became a presidential contender back in 2019, she didn't even acknowledge her black roots. She called herself like the first Indian woman to become part of Congress. So, um, and we are blessed by our ethnicity because everyone wants to emulate our culture. All you, all you folks in the African diaspora who aren't Black Americans try to copy us. Africans try to copy us. Caribbeans try to copy us. Afro Latinos try to copy us. People in other countries try to copy Black American culture. So yeah, we do, we can be cocky about that. We're not trying to copy you. You're trying to copy us. So if you have an inferiority complex about that, that's something you need to work out, not us. My music says over 200,000 above your pay grade. Okay, but you're still a fucking idiot. Give a fuck what you make. If you think that money equals truth value in an assertion that you make, you clearly have no critical thinking skills. And you're probably from some little podunk shithole country. See, did I miss something here? Um, Blame Dirty says, right, don't cry after the fact. LL said, okay, good luck, cuz. You're not my cuz, so don't call me cuz. Are we, I'm sorry, did we bang together in the same set? Don't call me cuz. Laura says, what if that's just throwing votes away? Are you referring to voting for third party? Lars? Football Globe says, superpower, you talking about China? I don't gamble, but look on the tags of your clothes and shoes and tell me where they are made. So, who has the power to buy them? That doesn't make sense. You don't make any sense. Dude, you come from a tourist economy country. No one gives a shit. Your countries, if people just stopped going there, they would they would just turn into shit. We don't have you're not good at you're not very good at making points. I'm trying not to use the names of all these fallacies because I don't want to make people's eyes cross. But that's that's just irrelevant. And China is not a superpower. At this point, their economy, you don't follow the news. Their economy is in shit right now. On top of that, they are about to release like thousands of college graduates into the working world for which they don't have jobs, and their population is in rapid decline. They're not doing too well over there. Tasha M says MAGA means magician in Spanish. That actually comes from Latin. Moonlit Furnace says like, share, and subscribe. Chat, super chat is on the bottom right part of your screen. Donate if you enjoy the love and content. Thank you, Moonlit Fern. RJ918 says, I said the same thing to my dad. He is wanting to vote for Kamala just because she's black. I am like, do you know how stupid that is? She will literally run the country into the ground. Right. Like, people who vote just based on identity politics are not informed voters. This is the very reason why the founding fathers, particularly the ones who considered themselves Federalists, were so cynical about the common man being able to vote for the leader of the country, because they knew that most people are not informed voters and will vote against their better interests on very superficial reasons. It backs up their cynicism. Like, a lot of people want to get rid of the electoral system, which I wouldn't be opposed to doing. However, some of the reasons people want to get rid of it aren't great reasons. Like, they find it elitist. They find it to be a part of a bygone era that went away with slavery, or they just think that it doesn't reflect how we actually vote. All these sorts of things. But like I said, the Federalists had it right. The Federalists said, the common man often isn't politically informed enough to make good voting, good decisions on whom to vote for as the leader of our country. They're right. If you're gonna vote for someone just based on their gender or their race, yeah, you're not an informed voter. We want the best person for the job. That's whom we want. If you can say this is the best person for the job, okay, make that argument. But if you're just gonna vote for someone just because they're black, and she's not black, by the way, I've already stated that a number of times. But even if she is, that's not a good enough reason just to vote for someone. Laura says, I'm worried that a third party vote would be like not voting at all. Not true. See, if everyone thinks that way, then no one will back a third party candidate and they'll keep losing. However, if everyone had if everyone approached it in good faith and said, well, I'm gonna vote for this third party candidate because my interest, someone like Cornel West or RFK Jr. or Jill Stein or one of these, or the libertarian candidate, like, I don't know, like Ron Paul or something. Like, and it's not Ron Paul, by the way, but I'm just using that as an example. But if people back a third party candidate, even if they don't win, they will get enough support that they could actually run a good campaign, which will make them stronger during the next election. Also, if they get enough financial support, they can get matching campaign funds, to run a stronger campaign. Also, let's forget let's not forget that Ross Perot, as a third party candidate, almost won the election back in 1992 until he dropped out. But he was ahead in the polls of both Clinton and Bush at the time. And lastly, let's not forget that the Republican Party itself was once a third party back in the 1800s. So don't feel like you're wasting your vote by voting third party. If that person represents your interests, vote for them. Don't worry about how many votes they're going to get. Just worry about whom you want to represent you. Golden Dragon says, but Trump better play his cards right, or Kamala will win. Eh, I don't see it happening. She's not. She just simply does not have enough support to win. Marianne Velasquez says, I wish there was a good independent party. There is an independent party. well, I don't know if they're a good independent party, but there is an independent party, Mary. There, like I said, there is a. I hope, like usually during the presidential elections, they do let the third party candidates have their own debate. So I hope they do that here because a lot of people don't realize there's about a dozen people outside of Trump and Biden who are running for office. There's about a dozen different people. It's people from the Independent Party, the American Conservative Party, the Green Party, the Reform Party, people who are just running as independents. Um, there, there's a lot of them out there. It's, like I said, there's about 12 of them, or if not if not 12 of them, somewhere near that. Like maybe like maybe 10 or so. I don't actually know because I don't know if some of them have dropped out already or not. Clover a Possum says, I just got home from work. I asked a coworker that was going on about loving Kamala why she likes her, why she likes her, and she said, I have to support my people, quote unquote. That's see, I find it problematic. Like I said, there has been a bunch of black people, particularly black women, rallying behind Kamala Harris, but that's not enough to push her over the over to the winning side. So football global, I think you're missing the point. I know Kamala's Jamaican, and I'm not saying she's not tough. That's not the point. My point of her being Jamaican is that she's not a foundational Black American. So a lot of us, a lot of us see her as a tether, someone who's black when it's convenient. Sleepy Kevin's first black woman leads the country. Black men nowhere to be found because we're tired of the pandering. You're not going to pander to us and just put a black politician in front of us who doesn't represent our interests. At this point in 2024, a lot of black men don't care what your color is. We care what you represent to us. Do you represent our interests? She has never represented our interests. And on top of that, she's not black. Sleepy Kev, she's not black. Her mother was Indian and her father was Jamaican. She doesn't have ancestry in black America. She's not black. And even if she was, again, I'm not gonna vote for someone just because she's black. I don't vote out of identity politics. A lot of us are more savvy than that and will only vote for people who represent our interests. She doesn't represent my interests. Laura Schultz says I didn't know about third party funding. It's not just about third party funding, it's for all funding. Like if once a um, once a candidate reaches a certain threshold of raising funds, they will they will receive matching donating funds through the federal uh, I think through the FEC, I think the Federal Election Commission. I think they give them matching campaign funds to the amount that they've raised when they hit a certain threshold, which is why it's so important to support these third party candidates because if they get enough support, someone who might likely get enough support will be RFK Jr. If he gets enough support, he will be um, awarded the matching campaign funds through the FEC, I believe. It may not be the FEC, so don't quote me on that one, but it is a actual federal agency that controls that. Fate of All is like a 10-minute delay from your feed in the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to rush through everything to get to where I was at the end. So I'm going to end this soon. Blame Dirty says proud to vote Trump. That's right. Realistic FBS says Harris isn't black. She isn't. They not like us. And the nerve that she actually said that on the BET award show, was talking to Taraji P. Henderson, like ratchet, this ratchet black actress, and she was like, "Yeah, girl, we need to fix this thing because they not like us." I'm like, stop trying to sound relevant. You are 60 years old. Stop it. Just stop it. All right, I'm not answering any more questions. Football Global, you've exceeded your limit long time ago. Drop it in the super chat. Realistic FBS says, "Do your research. Kamala's not black. She's not." Jordan Lexel says, "Facts." Michaela says, "I'm new here. Opinions on Kamala." We've literally been talking about that for the last 3.5 hours. So you might just have to scroll up a bit, or you can catch this on the replay because I'm about to end this pretty soon. So you can catch all of this on the replay because I've put it out there. But this is 10 minutes or 5 minutes behind the chat, so I'm pretty sure you've already heard what I said had to say since posting that comment. Tasha M says the party switched when the Confederates couldn't get anything passed after 1865, and the Union and Yankees had to move over to Democratic. Lincoln was the Union Party. Realistic FBS says no, she's not. Laughing my butt off. Look it up. He's right. Clover Possum said, "I mentioned her time as a prosecutor, and she instantly asked why I'm voting for Trump." She's yeah. These are the sh- shaming tactics of black women that you just witnessed, Clover. They practice this shit all the time. When people aren't clever enough to come up with a rational argument, they rely on shaming tactics, they rely on fallacies, or they just outrightly threaten you. These are the tactics of people who are not bright enough to come up with a rational argument or cannot come up with a counter argument. At this point, it's best just to leave the conversation alone with that person because you've shown that their reasoning capacity is limited. Clover says, "I'm libertarian." Okay. Tasha said, "Just sold you 400 gold sneakers." What? The fact that he came to the sneaker con, that shit is legendary, though. I mean, laugh if you want about him hawking his own sneakers, but when have you ever seen a president come to sneaker con? I didn't even know there was a sneaker con until he showed up. I mean, sneakerheads, like, people who are really into alt buying sneakers just for as collectibles, they know about this convention, but I never heard of it. Especially, and I'm kind of ashamed I didn't know about it because it's in Philly, which I used to live in Philly, so Football Global says prison reform. LOL. Hey, I'm going to let some of y'all out of such and such. Dude, prison reform affects a lot of folks. And yes, there was a lot of black people incarcerated because of Joe Biden during his 1994 crime bill that led to mass incarceration of people on minor drug offenses and stuff like that. He also he also authored the 1988 crack bill, which took crack cocaine and gave mandatory federal sentencing just for mere possession, even though he did that with no other controlled substance at the time other than crack cocaine because it affected black people. So, yes, we need prison reform. People on both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, have said that we need prison reform. So your joke goes over. You need to stick to stuff in your country. You don't know about what's going on here in America. You really don't. You need to kind of you need to kind of stay in your lane. You may be global when it comes to football, but you are not global when it comes to politics. You should stay in your lane. Ella says Trump will have you back in the fields. That's a bullshit scaremongering tactic that's been going on for the last 40 plus years with political pundits on the Democratic side. When you don't have any good argument against the Republican candidate, all you can do is try to scare the black people into line by saying, "Oh, well, you know the Republicans or the Republican president is gonna put y'all all back in chains." Like, that's so fucking idiotic. Like, try a new tactic. You guys have been trying that line since the '80s, and smart black men aren't going for it anymore. Oh my god, there's a ton of comments. Guys, so there's no way I can get to all these comments right now. I did not know it was so many. What I am going to do, I'm going to get to all my super chats because they deserve to be shouted out. But yeah, it would simply be impossible to go through all of these right now because it is 4 hours in. It is very late here. I still need to go to bed and stretch because I'm sore. There's no way I can hit I can get through all these. I apologize to everyone that I'm gonna have to skip some of these comments, but it's just no way I can get through all of these. So I'm gonna get to all my super chats right now because they deserve recognition for helping me out here. But if I miss anything, guys, I do apologize. It's not intentional, but I just when I scroll down the comments, I just realized I'm no way near accomplishing reading all these comments. There's no way I can get to them. So I'm gonna shout out my super chats and I'm gonna go because it's 4 hours in. So Fernando Arista gave another $5. No. I answered him. Sorry. So I've answered that one uh, gratefully. He left another one at $2. Thank you again, my buddy. Fernando says the NLRB is stronger under Democrats than under Republicans. See, that I don't know. I think historically they were so, but my problem is, do the Democrats still support these unions like they used to? They say they do, like they give them lip service, but in in actuality, are they still giving them the support that they used to do so? Um, like I said, I think certain factions of the Democrats still support unions. People like Bernie and the progressive uh, caucus in Congress, I think they still represent the unions, but I think the Democratic Party, uh, taken in total, does not support the unions the way they used to do so. And by the way, this is Fernando's fifth, not once, not second, not the first, not his second, but his fifth super here on this live stream. So huge shout out to Fernando for looking out for the kid. That means I can buy more fruit snacks. um, and again, guys, I'm sorry I got to get through all the. I had to gloss through all of your comments. I really do appreciate all these comments, and I genuinely wish I can get to all of them. but it is so many that I'm gonna be like an hour. It's gonna go from like me being a 5 minutes behind to 10 minutes behind to like an hour to 2 hours behind the chat. There's no way I can reach everyone on this because I did not know this would blow up this way. So I'm sorry because usually I'm used to this being a more informal forum for me and some of my the people I rock with in these chats for the last 2 months. People have been rock. The one I haven't seen the Erics lately. I have three Erics that used to follow me. I think it might be too late for most of them, but I got to get back to my Erics too because they've been loyal to me as well. Just trying to scroll down. Yeah, it is. It is a so many. There's so many comments. So it's gonna get to a point where I'm gonna actually need a moderator. I did tell people once I'm monetized, I'll probably need a moderator. So I'm getting to that point. I'm gonna have to select a moderator to help me with this because it is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot, guys. Pause. And yes, I'm seeing all the Don Cheadle comments and stuff like that. Very funny. Haha. Again, I think I look better than Don Cheadle. I'm definitely younger than him. Earlier, someone said Denzel Washington, and I don't see that either. Wow, these comments are like, I can't even. Yeah, it was no. I don't know what I was thinking. I was gonna get through all of these. I've been scrolling for like a few minutes, and there's it's like bottomless. But I just wanted to make sure I get through all my supers because all my supers need deserve to be shout out. Mocha J gave $2. Thank you, Mocha J. She says Kamala is not black. You're cool. Much love back. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I'm not even trying to diss her. It's just a fact. It's just this is just a fact. Like sometimes we have to stand on definitions because these things matter. The sad thing is that like now she's pandering to black people when she is she didn't consider herself black when she first entered Congress. She first kind of marketed herself as the first Indian woman to make it into Congress. Mocha J also said Kamala isn't black. Ignorance keeps that going. Exactly. Like people think just because she went to Howard University, she became an AKA soror, like she's black. No, look, there are non-black people who go to Howard University. I know because, like I said, my father used to teach there, and I almost went there myself because if when he was a professor, I would have been able to go there for free. I went to the campus. There were non-black people on campus, and there are non-black people who joined the Divine Nine, or our Black Greek lettered organizations. There are non-black people who join those organizations all the time. Like if you want to get a if you want to get some brothers salivating, just have them looking at the white chick who becomes a Delta or an AKA. So, Billy Max's definitions, what are you saying? What I'm saying is definitions matter when we're talking about someone pandering to the black vote, claiming that we need to vote for her just out of sheer identity politics, which is vote for me because I'm black and you're black, and that means you're supposed to vote for me. And it's like, yeah, no. First of all, you're not black. Like, you, you're of Jamaican descent, and your mom is Indian, and that's cool. That's cool, but you also raised in Canada. So it's like you're not foundational black American. So don't say vote for a fellow black person when you're not. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say definitions matter, because as it stands now with the census being changed for the coming year, and with the acknowledgement that a lot of people within the black African diaspora don't consider themselves black until they come to America and then want to claim to be black for certain political or economic advantages. It's like we're not trying to hear that. Like if you were not born to black people that came to this country prior to 1860, you're not black American. So that's how we're rocking with it. So those definitions matter. That's what I mean. Billy Mack. I'm not saying she never. I'm not saying she said to vote for her because she's black. I'm saying these are the talking points of the pundits out there, and these are the people who are within like in real life. These are what people are saying to us who are in the black community. Like you should be voting for Kamala because she's black. This is what we're hearing on the streets, so to speak. Okay. I'm not saying she said that. I'm saying her that's that's the trajectory of her campaign right now. She's definitely going for the black vote. It's not I mean they're literally talking about this on CNN, on The Hill, on Fox News, on MSNBC. Like all this is being discussed. Like this is not hearsay. So I have to end this, guys, because this is, like I said, it's so many comments here, and I wish I could keep this going, but this has been going for like 4 hours, and I'm very tired. I should have not stayed up this late. I did not even realize it was this late. Um, but yeah, I might not even make it to work in the morning because tired. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to end this, guys. You can watch this on the upload once this is loaded, locked and loaded, lock, cock, ready and rock, to ready to rock. That is. Um, but I do wish I could just keep this going without me, but I guess that's not how it works. I guess it works that way on like Twitch streams, like you can just 24-hour stream live stream. I don't think that YouTube is built for that for like 24-hour live streaming the way Twitch is. And like Billy Mack says, the only thing that matters is who's better. The simple question, right? Who's the best person for the job? Don't pander to me. Don't tell me that I have to vote based on identity politics. Just say, this is the better candidate. This is why you should vote for them. That's what it matters at the end of the day, right? See what 13 says. You just got here. Are you against the white? I'm not even sure what that means. So if you just got here, don't ask me silly questions. If like you can scroll up and you'll see where I stand on just about everything. I have previous videos that you guys can check out too that answers pretty much any question about where my stance is on certain political issues and stuff like that. So I appreciate everyone rocking with me in the chat. We're gonna do this again, same bat time, same bat channel. All right. To everyone who gave me a super today, you guys are rock stars. Thank you, Billy Mack. Hope you're back again. Okay. I do need mods, Zed, but I'm gonna have to discuss that later this week. But yeah, I definitely need I definitely need mods because I unfortunately had to skip through like tons and tons and tons and tons of comments that I just simply couldn't get through, and I feel bad because I'm used to like a more, I'm used to like a format where it's just like 10 to 20 of us just talking, and we could just having like a good repartee. I'll keep it in mind, my friend. To everyone overseas, shout out to you guys as well. Shout out to my Filipino followers. Um, to any of my wives, friends who might be watching, shout out to you guys. Holla at me on Facebook. um, you guys, you can follow me. Um, after this ends, in my description, you can see that I have links to my Facebook, to my Instagram. You can also look at my community tabs to follow the silly stuff that I post on there here on YouTube. If you like, um, please subscribe to the channel. Give me a like. You can share. You can hit notifications to know when I'm uploading a new video. And I have membership levels, three membership levels. One is the Contrarian level, which is the most affordable at $2.99. That gives you a few perks into how I think about things. The medium level is the best best cost benefit for most people at $5.99. It gives you a little bit even more perks. And the baller level at $9.99 is what I call the rationalist level. Gives you all the perks and will let you see a lot of the inside stuff that I do going into the channel. I also have some more interviews coming up that will be live streamed, so check that out. Thank you guys for the supers. You can also um, send me a cash app if you like, or buy me a coffee. I drink coffee all day, every day, so always, always appreciate when I receive those. And I can't say your name because I know it's spelled backwards, but I appreciate what you're saying, man. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. But he says, "Yeah, take it easy and don't vote for Chinese Kamala." I shouldn't even said that part because YouTube does not like people making fun of anything Sino related. That country all the way over there. So, all right, guys, I'm out. Thank you, appreciate it. And this is gonna be uploaded right away, so you can check it all out from the beginning. All right, take care.